Are you still in energy?
Yeah.
Yes, Kawaya?
Thank you, Chair. I will...
Speaker, not chair.
Thank you, Speaker.
Yes.
Sorry about that. I will have this communicate to the Energy Committee. 2 weeks.
I directed that you remain in office until the end of the day today.
All right, thank you,
so
Chair.
You are still
2
the
weeks.
chair.
2 weeks.
3 weeks.
2 weeks.
3 weeks.
All right.
2 weeks we shall be in recess.
Oh, yeah. It's...
So bring the response the first day upon resumption.
Thank you, Chair.
That's
Thank
3
you,
weeks
Speaker.
from today.
All right.
Thank you, Kawaya. Next order.
Order number 8, motion. Report of the Committee of the Whole House on the County Government's Revenue Raising Process Bill, National Assembly Bill number 11 of 2023, question to be put on third reading.
Pardon? Order, honorable members. Member for Tiati, take the nearest seat. Kiborek, take your seat. Umulher, take your seat. Member for Mwea. Take your seats. Honorable members, I now propose the question at order number 8, which is that the county government's revenue raising process bill, National Assembly Bill number 11 of 2023 be now read a third time. I now put the question at order number 9, which is that this House do agree with the report of the Committee of the Whole House on its consideration of the county government's revenue raising process bill, National Assembly Bill number 11 of 2023. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Mover.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the county government's revenue raising process bill, National Assembly Bill number 11 of 2023, be now read a third time, and I also request the Honorable David Ochieng to second.
Honorable Speaker, I hereby second. Thank you.
Thank you. I now propose the question, which is that the county government's revenue raising process bill, National Assembly. Order. Honorable Mchomba, take your seats. Take the nearest seat. Order, member in the walkway, take the nearest seat. Honorable members, I want to repeat to you, it's just etiquette. When the speaker is on his or her feet, everybody must be seated. If you are standing, you freeze. You don't lean to talk to somebody when the speaker is on his or her feet. I think this is what we were taught when we met in Safari Park. Day one. Yes. Honorable members, let me repeat. I propose the question, which is that the county government's revenue raising process bill, National Assembly Bill number 11 of 2023 be now read a third time. I now put the question, and I confirm we have enough quorum, which is that the county government's revenue raising process bill, National Assembly Bill number 11 of 2023 be now read a third time. As members of that opinion say aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
A bill for an act of parliament to provide for the process to be followed by county governments in the exercise of their power and Articles 209 and 210 of the Constitution to impose, vary, or waive taxes, fees, levies, and other charges to establish the Interagency Transitional Committee and for connected purposes.
Next order.
Order number 9, motion, report of the Committee of the Whole House on the Public Audit Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 4 of 2024, question to be put and third reading.
Order, members on their feet, take your seats. Order. Those two members at the back. Kawanjiku, take your seats. Thank you. Honorable members, I now put the question at order number 9, which is that this House do agree with the report of the Committee of the Whole House on its consideration of the Public Audit Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 4 of 2024. As members of that opinion say aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Mover.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the Public Audit Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 4 of 2024 be now read a third time. I also request the Honorable Irene Mayaka to second.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I second.
Order. Order, members. Oundo, you better go back to where you normally sit. Honorable members, I now propose the question, which is that the Public Audit Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 4 of 2024, be now read a third time. I now put the question at order number 9, and I confirm we have quorum in the House, which is that the Public Audit Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 4 of 2024, be now read a third time. As members of that opinion say aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
A bill for an act of parliament to amend the Public Audit Act 2015 and for connected purposes.
Next order.
Order number 10, motion, resolution to sit on other days.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, this is a short motion that pursuant to the provisions of Standing Orders 28.4 on calendar of the House and 33C, hours of meeting, this House resolves to 1, hold morning sittings on Thursday, 13th March 2025 and Friday, 14th March 2025, commencing at 10 a.m. for purposes of considering priority business relating to the supplementary estimates 2 for the financial year 2024-2025, related legislation and the budget cycle. 2, commence the short recess on Monday, 17th March 2025. And 3, to resume regular sittings on Tuesday, 1st April 2025, to continue with the first part of the fourth session. Honorable Speaker, as was agreed by the House Business Committee with the proposal to have a morning sitting on Thursday morning and Friday morning, and I know, Honorable Speaker, many of our Muslim colleagues are in the fasting season, and also many of our Catholic brothers and sisters, including the Honorable Speaker, in their Lent season. And I know what happens on Fridays with them. So we have sought to have that sitting only on the morning part from 10 to 1 p.m. to consider the budget, supplementary budget. As members are aware, there are many, many issues, especially relating to exchequer issues that are pending, awaiting the completion or conclusion of the supplementary estimates too. Honorable Speaker, that's why you see very many chairs of committees are not in the House this afternoon, because they are trying to burn the midnight oil even tonight to make sure that they finish with the supplementary appropriations report in readiness for debate of this business as we agreed in the House business this morning. On Thursday and Friday, there is some more important business relating to counties, especially on the division of revenue bill, which has to be published and come for first reading, hopefully by Thursday evening or Friday morning. Honorable Speaker, we would have extended the sitting, as I said, on Thursday probably up to the close of business, up to midnight, but we have the iftar dinner, Honorable Speaker, which you are hosting, and have invited all of us to join our Muslim brothers and sisters for the iftar dinner on Thursday. So Thursday evening, we have a very short afternoon, probably just about 2 hours before we adjourn for the iftar dinner hosted by the Speaker, and therefore it will be important to have that extra sitting on Thursday morning and Friday morning. And because the Honorable Wamashukuru and Honorable Wamushomba and Jane Kagiri are making a lot of noise behind me, I do hope that they've heard there will be a sitting on Thursday morning and Friday morning. And therefore, I beg to move and request the Honorable Jack Wamboka to second this motion in agreement on behalf of the Leader of Minority.
The acting Leader of Minority, and in that capacity, Honorable Speaker, I second the motion by my counterpart on the other side.
Order, members. Order. Members on their feet, take your seats. Order member for, is that Barongo? Honorable Barongo, can you walk to the bar? Now take the nearest seat. Junaid, take the nearest seat. Authority should follow you to any seat. Honorable members, I now propose the question at order number 10, which is that pursuant to the provisions of Standing Orders 28(4), calendar of the House, and 33C hours of meeting, this House resolves to 1, hold morning sittings on Thursday, 13th March 2025, and Friday, 14th March 2025, commencing 10 a.m., for purposes of considering priority business relating to supplementary estimates 2 for the financial year 2024-2025 related legislation and the budget cycle. 2, commence the short recess on Monday, 17th March 2025, and 3, resume regular sittings on Tuesday, 1st April 2025, to continue with the first part of the fourth session. I put the question. Honorable members, I now put the question at order number 10, which is that pursuant to the provisions of Standing Orders 28(4), calendar of the House, and 33C hours of sitting, this House resolves to 1, hold morning sittings on Thursday, 13th March 2025 and Friday, 14th March 2025, commencing at 10 a.m. for purposes of considering priority business relating to supplementary estimates 2 for the financial year 2024-25, related legislation and the budget cycle. 2, commence a short recess on Monday, 17th March 2025, and 3, resume regular sittings on Tuesday, 1st April 2025, to continue with the first part of the fourth session. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Yes, Honorable Omboko Milemba.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise on a point of order that touches on also a matter that relates to the Constitution on the budget making process. Honorable Speaker, the practice of this House has been that usually every budget processing time, there was monies that was allocated through public participation to different counties. Honorable Speaker, this chance around was a chance for Vihiga County and other five
Honorable
counties.
Melemba, I've been requested by the majority leader that I stand you down. We clear the short motion at order 11, then I give you the opportunity, if you don't mind. Call order number 11. Just hold your horses.
Order number 11, motion, elections in reconstituted committees.
Majority leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that further to the resolutions of the House of 5th and 6th March 2025 regarding the reconstitution of committees, this House resolves as follows. One, that with respect to departmental committees, where a chairperson or vice chairperson is ordinarily elected for the term of Parliament, the elections will only be undertaken for the positions of chairperson or vice chairperson, which fell vacant as a result of the recent reconstitution of committees, being the following. A, chairpersons for the departmental committees on energy, environment and forestry and mining, health, labor, and trade, industry and cooperatives, and B, the vice chairpersons for the departmental committees on education, lands, regional development, and tourism and wildlife. And two, that with respect to all other select committees which were reconstituted pursuant to the standing orders and whose leadership also lapsed at the commencement of this session, elections for all chairpersons and vice chairpersons will be undertaken for the respective vacant positions as per the schedule circulated by the clerk on the 6th of March 2025. Honorable Speaker, the import of this motion is to allow the House to elect chairs and vice chairs for the 18 committees, select committees whose term had lapsed. And therefore, since the term had lapsed, they had no chairs and vice chairs, and they are naturally going to hold elections to elect their chairs and vice chairs. Two is to limit our elections of departmental committees to only the chairs and vice chairs who were affected by the reconstitution of committees, because they are chairs, for instance, of the Committee of Forestry, Energy, Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, whose chairs were able to be moved from one committee to the other, and therefore those committees do not have substantive chairs. The same with the departmental committees on tourism and wildlife, regional development, education and lands. The vice chairs again were moved, and therefore they will be expected to hold elections for those vice chairs. And the import of that for all the other chairs is that, and vice chairs, is that we shall not have elections for all the other chairs and vice chairs. Honorable Speaker, I heard you asking the Honorable Udo to go back to his usual seat. And it is only Honorable Udo and members of the Public Accounts Committee who would understand why the Honorable Udo had to move from one point to the other, because I have seen his form somewhere. And there's a lot of lobbying, jostling for these positions. Therefore, we want to make sure that for orderly conduct of business, because we're also in a very important season, the budget making process. For instance, as I mentioned today, the liaison committee that has all chairs is sitting now, even as we sit here. And therefore, we do not want to disrupt them with elections, and they have a lot of work ongoing, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, beg to move, as we agreed in the House Business Committee, to this motion that we move. I beg to move and request the Leader of Minority, the Honorable Junet Mohammed, to second in agreement.
Honorable Junet, disband that Kamkunji and...
I know the Honorable Katan. I was asking the Leader of Minority to second, and the Honorable Katana is distracting him. And you know, before the Honorable Junet walked in, and I know he was in a meeting in his office with members of his coalition, the Honorable Amboka was seated where he's seated. And when I requested him to second on behalf of the leader of minority, he purported to be the acting leader of minority. And that is why you saw the Honorable Junoet walking very fast, because there cannot be an acting leader of minority. The leader of minority is present, and I invite him to second this motion in agreement. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand to second the motion as moved by the majority leader. Having said, Mr. Speaker, I'm shocked that Honorable Wamboka was masquerading as a minority leader, Mr. Speaker, in the House, Mr. Speaker, in my absence. Mr. Speaker, that is very dangerous and bad manners, Mr. Speaker. It's treasonous, Mr. Speaker, because this is the man who has just come to Parliament the other day. I was showing him where washrooms are, where, food is taken. Mr. Speaker, I've taken him around everywhere, but now he's masquerading. Mr. Speaker, I'm really shocked, but I will deal with him in accordance with the standing orders. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I start to second, and what the majority leader has moved is that, there are committees that their term has lapsed. The select committees, budget committee, PIC, PAC, and other things. But there are committees also, Mr. Speaker, whose terms have not lapsed. So there was a kind of agitation in the House that people want to contest for all committees when they are chairs who are chairmen or chairpersons who are in office legally. Mr. Speaker, what we are having now is just a mini election. The general election is coming ahead of us. So hold your horse. This is just a small election or a mini election and mid-term elections. But the real election is ahead of us. So those committees, the standing order is very clear. There are committees that were supposed to serve for 2 years. Their term has lapsed. But the committees that were supposed to serve for full term, those ones cannot be subjected to an election. Their term will lapse at that time when the 5-year period ends, Mr. Speaker. So that is the clarification this motion of the majority leader is making, Mr. Speaker. Because I have seen chairs who are under threat. Now the chair of Transport Committee, people are campaigning for it. I was wondering when has his term ended. The man even looked malnourished today if you look at him, Mr. Speaker. He's really worried, Mr. Speaker. So this motion is going to protect him. This motion is going to defend him. So with those few remarks, Mr. Speaker, I second.
Honourable members, I now propose the question at order number 11, which is that further, the resolutions of the House of 5th and 6th March 2025 regarding the reconstitution of committees, this House resolves as follows. 1, that with respect to departmental committees where a chairperson or vice chairperson is ordinarily elected for the term of Parliament, the elections will only be undertaken for the positions of chairperson or vice chairperson which fell vacant as a result of the recent reconstitution of committees, being the following. A, chairpersons for the departmental committees on energy, environment, forestry and mining, health, labor, trade, industry and cooperatives, and B, vice chairpersons for the departmental committees on education, lands, regional development, and tourism and wildlife. 2, that with respect to all other select committees which were reconstituted pursuant to the standing orders and whose leadership also lapsed at the commencement of this session, elections for all chairpersons and vice chairpersons will be undertaken for the respective vacant positions as per the schedule circulated by the clerk on 6th March 2025. I put the question. Honourable members, I now put the question and order number 11, which is that further the resolutions of the House of 5th and 6th March 2025 regarding the reconstitution of committees, this House resolves as follows. 1, that with respect to departmental committees where a chairperson or vice chairperson is ordinarily elected for the term of Parliament, the elections will only be undertaken for the positions of chairperson or vice chairperson which fell vacant as a result of the recent reconstitution of committees, being the following. A, chairpersons for the departmental committees on energy, environment, forestry and mining, health, labor, trade, industry and cooperatives, and B, vice chairpersons for the departmental committees on education, lands, regional development, tourism and wildlife. And 2, that with respect to all other select committees which were reconstituted pursuant to the standing orders and whose leadership also lapsed at the commencement of this session, elections for all chairpersons and vice chairpersons will be undertaken for the respective vacant positions as per the schedule circulated by the clerk on 6th March 2025. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next. Now, Milemba.
Honorable Speaker.
You can start afresh.
I will come in a different style now, Honorable Speaker. Matters related to budget making are expressly documented in the Constitution. And in particular, matters relating to public participation are equally touched in the Constitution in Section 221, Section 5 of 221, which indicates that in discussing and reviewing the estimates, the committee shall seek representations from the public, and the recommendations shall be taken into account when the committee makes its recommendations to the National Assembly. Honorable Speaker, that has been the practice of this House, that in every budget-making process, usually the budget committee will move around in 5 or so counties and pick public participation. And usually they had allocated about 2 billion to every county or 5 counties where the public participation has been done. Honorable Speaker, during this session of Parliament, that has happened and about 21 counties have benefited. But in the last year's public participation, Vihiga, among other counties, had their chance for public participation. It was insinuated that this public participation would continue and all the counties would benefit. But following what happened in the budget committee, and possibly that's why we have changed, or we are changing the leadership of the budget committee, which misused the clause of public participation and actually abused it by increasing that figure from 2 billion to over hundreds of billions. A guillotine, Honorable Speaker, was placed on public participation, and which has disadvantaged Vihiga as a county plus other counties, which if they are here, they should speak on this. And the monies that otherwise were put in public participation genuinely, not these other monies that is an addition that is not known where it's going to, where you will find that one constituency is having monies up to 1 billion for public participation. No. Honorable Speaker, that was not part of the real public participation that was instrumented in the Constitution. And therefore, our county, Vihiga, has lost all the roads, all the schools, all the monies that were otherwise allocated to that particular county because of public participation. I want you, Honorable Speaker, please, to beseech the committee that is now looking at the budget afresh in the supplementary one, so that they may bring back the monies that are genuinely placed for public participation and which is not the extras that was put there by those who were in power that particular time and ended up misusing that clause so as for the constituencies and the counties that were supposed to get these monies genuinely to lose the money. And finally, this should be a caution to those who are coming into these committees that a very good thing and practice by this House can be rendered useless if it is abused by those who are put in positions as chairmen of committees. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Maungu. Maungu. 2 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker. Allow me ride on what my neighbor and brother Omboko Milemba has just raised with regard to funds initially allocated to public participation, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, for a long time, counties have benefited significantly as a result of funds set aside through public participation kitty. And for the first time, Vihiga was catered for in this financial year, Mr. Speaker. And Speaker, during the public hearings, I did participate in one of those meetings, and it was important that we bring projects that we felt as a people were important. to our respective constituencies of the county. And it's unfortunate that whatever happened in June, whereby the uprising of the Gen Zs saw this kitty slashed off, Mr. Speaker. But the challenge came where the funds, where the money that had been allocated was increased to a level whereby it was actually felt that some counties are going to benefit more than other counties, Mr. Speaker. I want to join my brother and actually request that the liaison committee that is looking at the public participation should not just brush off that figure, Mr. Speaker, because for the first time, Vihiga was going to benefit. And having it deleted, Mr. Speaker, will actually see our people and the great people of Vihiga omitted from this important kitty, which is supposed to bring equity. I therefore want to join my brother in saying that, Mr. Speaker, we need your indulgence on this matter. Thank you.
Wangwe.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, within the reading of the Constitution, Article 221, as read to us by the Honorable Omboko Milemba, this will also disadvantage Kakamega as a county, Honorable Speaker. And in your ruling, Honorable Speaker, please consider that also the same amount which was supposed to benefit the county of Kakamega in its entirety was also not dispersed as per the voting of the House. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, despite the fact that we voted for it, it was never dispersed to the county as it was supposed to be. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Majority Leader. Try and maintain order in the House. This is your own house. You don't have to be called upon by the Speaker to maintain order. And I want to repeat, those who want to have conversations, we have a beautiful lounge out there near the reception. I have also allowed you to use the Speaker's recess room behind the chair for you to have conversations as you wish. Let's have some decorum in the House at least, so that those who are on their feet can be heard and those who are seated can listen. I know many members here who are interested in listening to what is going on. I also know a few who are not interested in whatever is going on in the House. Let's focus on the business of the House. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I hope I will be speaking to those who are interested in the business of the House. And you know, Honorable Speaker, it's true what you said, because the business of this House is the business of the people who have given us the greatest honor above very many other people to come and represent them in the National Assembly. And the issues you hear the Honorable Omboko raise are indeed pertinent issues in line with Article 201 of our Constitution on the cardinal place public participation should play in all our legislative processes and even decisions in the executive. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, I want to agree with the Honorable Omboko. It is true the public participation process in the budget making process has been abused, grossly abused. And as Honorable Omboko says, that is why you find in a situation where 2 billion shillings was set aside for public participation, those who sat in the budget committee found it prudent or imprudent, whatever the case may be, to put an additional 10 billion shillings. But what is more worrying, Honorable Speaker, is that if the entire 12 billion shillings went to the counties that were slated in for the public participation exercise, then there will be no problem. The problem has come because it is people who have vested interest in those committees where they sit in that then use that opportunity to put projects in their own constituencies and counties far from what was intended by the public participation, Honorable Speaker. And I say this with immense respect to those who sit in the Budget and Appropriations Committee, because it is a committee that I have chaired before in this House. And the tradition that we had set right from the 11th Parliament, when the new Constitution came into being, is that money would be set aside for public participation, and over a period of 4 years, we would cover all counties in the country. And it is sad that some counties like Vihiga and the other 10 counties that were slated for benefit of these monies now lose out because of what is otherwise bad manners by ourselves, those who sat in the Budget and Appropriations Committee. And I say this, Speaker, because we have now reconstituted a new Budget and Appropriations Committee. Let me be on record, it will not be business as usual. This House will not sit back and allow members who sit in the Budget and Appropriations Committee to use the position they hold in that committee to appropriate money to only their constituencies at the expense of other Kenyans. Because all these 349 members come here to represent people. They come here to seek and lobby for resources to go back to their people. That is why the people of Vihiga are crying today. It is sad that you would find in a county that was to benefit from public participation, a national polytechnic in a county that was slated to benefit for public participation, getting a meager 10 million shillings, whereas in another county where a member in the Budget and Appropriations Committee sits in, a national polytechnic gets 250 million shillings. It is immoral. It is unethical and very unprofessional of us who sit in those committees. And I say it will not be business as usual because we have agreed as the House leadership, both in the majority and the minority party, that those who get the opportunity to sit in whichever committee you sit in that committee to ensure that there is equitable allocation and share of resources across the country. And we will make sure that that happens. I therefore wanted to urge the Honorable Omboko and the other members who are affected. I will engage with the National Treasury to ensure that those counties do not lose on account of the actions of the former Committee of Budget and Appropriations, so that within the next financial year, because they are now preparing the estimates for the next financial year, we factor in those counties that should have benefited this year and those that ought to benefit next year. But let this serve as a warning bell to the new committee. I know the committees are slated to hold their elections tomorrow. Whoever you elect in those committees, especially the Budget and Appropriations Committee, because it is one of the 18 committees whose mandate lapsed, and there are new members in that committee. An opportunity to serve in the Budget and Appropriations Committee of this House is not an opportunity to enrich yourself. It is not an opportunity to allocate resources to your constituency or your county or to those who you think are your friends above others. You must ensure, as members of that committee, there is equitable and fair distribution of resources, not just those in public participation. The reason why the Budget and Appropriations Committee has been elevated in our standing orders to be a committee that's all of you to be on the lookout. And we call out each other, because that is the only way we can be able to hold each other to account, for us to be able to hold those in the executive to account. Because even those in the executive, it doesn't mean because you are a cabinet secretary for instance, for roads or water or energy, that all projects should go to your home county. There must be equitable and fair allocation and share of resources in this country, and that is the spirit that we want to go ahead. Therefore, let me assure Honorable Omboko Milemba, I will pick up that matter with the National Treasury to ensure that none of the counties lose out. But also to tell members of the Budget and Appropriation Committee, whichever leaders you elect when you go to elections tomorrow, I pray that you will do what is just, what is right, and what is accountable by your own standards and by our own standards as a house. That public participation allocation was meant as seed capital. When you go out and listen to Kenyans, they tell you this National Polytechnic in this county has 20 or 10,000 students. They have hostels that accommodate only 1,000 students. You know, 2 billion shillings might not even be enough maybe to build hostels in that one particular institution. But you put in seed capital, which informs the next budget-making process. Therefore, if, for instance, the Honorable Omboko's constituency in Vihiga, they had a road that was identified as a critical link between his constituency and the county of Kisumu or another neighboring county, and the members of the Budget and Appropriations feel that that road is such a critical link, then they put maybe 50 million shillings or 20 million shillings as seed capital so that they get a budget line that will be added onto in the subsequent financial year's budget. Now, this year they should have benefited to add, but public participation should not be an end by itself, or you allocate, probably you find a school where they have no classrooms, children, you go to Turkana or maybe to somewhere and find children, especially or Baringo, where people had been displaced by bandits, classrooms were demolished or burnt down, and you find you can allocate 10 million shillings and give a school money to allow children to go to schools. That was the essence of public participation, but not the kind of abuse that we have seen in the last 2 years. And Honorable Speaker, I want to commit on behalf of the House leadership, in the majority, on the minority side, that we shall make sure it no longer happens in this House. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Jeanette.
Speaker, I don't have much to add to what the majority leader said, but suffice to say, Mr. Speaker, that the matter that has been raised by Honorable Milema Milema, Mr. Speaker, you remember this House never used to have the powers to look into the budget of the country. The new constitution gave us those powers, Mr. Speaker. But Mr. Speaker, what has been happening the last 2 years in the Budget and Appropriation Committee of this House, Mr. Speaker, borders criminality. If we lay bare, Mr. Speaker, those things, as has been discussed in the retreat we had of the leadership in Naivasha and also in the House Business Committee, Mr. Speaker, those issues, those atrocities, Mr. Speaker, cannot be shied away from talking about, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, how on earth can one county have an allocation, budget allocation of 12 billion shillings and a whole region has 60 million shillings, Mr. Speaker? What kind of country are we living in? Mr. Speaker, the Budget and Appropriation Committee went around the country to do public participation. And they ended up agreeing that they are going to use 2 billion shillings to allocate to those counties that they are visiting, Mr. Speaker. That amount ended up ballooning to 12 billion shillings, Mr. Speaker. And the beneficiary of that 12 billion shillings is not those counties that public participation was done on, Mr. Speaker. It is other counties and other constituencies, Mr. Speaker. The Budget and Appropriation Committee of this House has reached to the level where the chair of that committee, Mr. Speaker, now, members of parliament are going to his constituency for benchmarking, Mr. Speaker. Benchmarking. And all of us are supposed to receive the same amount of NGD-CDA, Mr. Speaker. What is making our members to go and benchmark in a colleague's constituency, Mr. Speaker? Because the colleague is receiving more funding because of him being the chairman of the budget committee. Let's be honest to Kenyans. Let's tell Kenyans the truth, that he was sitting in an advantageous position of chairing that powerful committee of the House, which you could do skewed allocation of resources to his constituents, Mr. Speaker. Otherwise, which member of parliament here can afford, through his NGCDF, to build classrooms, plaster them, put windows, put roof, put tiles in the classroom, cabros in the... Mr. Speaker, which member of parliament can afford to do that here? With a mere resources of 100 million shillings, Mr. Speaker, and advertise on Citizen Primetime News. Which member can do it? Can you raise up your hand if you can do that? None of the 349 members of this House, Mr. Speaker, can afford to do that. That can only be done by somebody who has access to bigger resources than any other member, Mr. Speaker. The Budget and Appropriation Committee did not start the other day. The distinguished leader of the majority party, Mr. Speaker, has been the chair of that committee for many years. And he has never done those things. I have been with him in this House. He has been very careful, and he has shared the resources of the country equitably, Mr. Speaker. I can say that without any fear of contradiction. Mr. Speaker, I want to remind members of this House, for those of us who have been here that time, who have been here for long, when the Budget Committee was chaired by Honorable, what was his name? The Member of Parliament from Embu, Mbere, the Reverend Mutave Musimi, Mr. Speaker. Members of that committee did the same thing they have done in the last 2 years. And one afternoon, the late Honorable Jacoyo Bidiwo came to the House, and he was seated exactly where I'm sitting today, and told the House the amount of money the Budget Committee put for themselves in the budget, Mr. Speaker. And the whole committee, that time, the membership of the Budget Committee was 52 or 51? 51. The whole committee was dissolved. And a new committee was formed, Mr. Speaker, based on what Honorable Jacoyo presented to the House, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if the Budget Committee does its business the way that the defunct committee has done, Mr. Speaker, the only option, the only solution, Mr. Speaker, that's available for this House is to convert the 349 members of this House into a Budget Committee. The whole House becomes a committee of the budget, Mr. Speaker. But as leadership and as parties, we have given responsibility and priorities to certain members. And especially on our side, and I'm sure even on Kenya Kwanza side, we have picked one member per county from different regions and different counties, so that they can represent the interest of those regions and those counties and those constituencies. But Mr. Speaker, it looks like the committee now sits down and agrees on how to share the resources among themselves, forgetting that they are representing Kenyans and they are representing the whole House, Mr. Speaker, in that committee. As the majority leader has said, we will not desist, we will not hesitate to remove any member who behaves like the defunct committee, Mr. Speaker. I know there are remnants who have remained in that committee from the previous committee. I don't want to mention their names. We are giving them a warning that if you are not going to share the resources of the country equitably, Mr. Speaker, we will de-whip them. And we will discharge them from the committee, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, I saw, I don't want to mention names, an old man who has started a polytechnic which has 10,000 people. And he talked about his polytechnic very passionately. And he said he's requesting the executive to give resources to that polytechnic. And the polytechnic has 10,000 students. Mr. Speaker, in their wisdom of lack of it, through the chair of the committee and the committee, gave that polytechnic in Bungoma 25 million shillings and gave another one in another place 250 million, which has only 2,000 students. Was it 10 million? Yeah. They gave only 10 million there, and the other one they gave 250 million shillings, Mr. Speaker. We are going to name them. Mr. Speaker, we will not allow, because this is the House that takes care of the interest of the people, of what is concerned to the people, is discussed here, Mr. Speaker. And this matter of skewed distribution of resources, Mr. Speaker, look at what's happening in the road sector, Mr. Speaker. It's shameful. In the road sector, Mr. Speaker, there are counties that have not seen any cent to tarmac any road, Mr. Speaker. And there are counties that have been having money every year, every month to tarmac certain roads. In fact, very soon, if we continue like this in the next 5 years, there are counties that will donate tarmac roads to others. They will say, take this tarmac and put it somewhere in your county. You can return it back after 2 years. Just use it for 2 years. Because they don't know where to put it actually. Mr. Speaker, I support the majority leader. This country can only prosper. This country can only go far if, as the representatives of the people, we become equitable in sharing our resources, Mr. Speaker. And that is why the Constitution gave us a mandate to look. Otherwise, the Treasury should bring a budget here and we just approve it as they have done. Because the previous Treasury, the previous Ministry of Finance under the previous regimes used to do very dangerous things in terms of sharing of resources of the country. That is why the new constitution and the framers of this constitution felt it fit to bring that mandate to the House. And now we want to allow that mandate to be abused in the House, Mr. Speaker. That will not happen. It will not happen over our dead body. With those few remarks, Mr. Speaker, I tell Honorable Melemba, we will stand with you and we will make sure the people of Vihiga get their rightful share of the budget. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, members. Your leaders have spoken. I just want to advise the House that the Holy Book says, for everything you do to others, expect it to be done to you. For everything you do to others, expect it to be done to you. If you feel it's happy and fair, then it is good. And this constitution, like Ichungwa said without referring to it, the centrality of this new constitution is equity, fairness, and justice. And for all of you who have been given the privilege to serve in committees, you are public trustees. You don't represent yourselves. You represent the country. Because if members of a committee of privilege only work for themselves, how will a member who serves on the library committee ever do anything for their constituencies? So I want to encourage you, and majority and minority leader, please exercise your duties, your responsibilities to ensure that this democratically elected House discharges its duties and responsibilities to the satisfaction of every Kenyan in every part of the country. That a person in Mandera, a person in Vanga, a person in Lokitang, a person in Malaba does not sit in this House to get fairness, because we all have a duty to discharge fairly. So Mboko Milemba, thank you for bringing that point. And majority minority leader, as you have assured the House, move and correct that anomaly so that we have fairness. Those serving in the finance committee, I sit in my office and almost everybody wants to serve on that committee. Now I understand why. The budget committee, sorry. Everybody wants to serve on the budget committee. Now I fully understand why. Budget committee. Not finance, budget. So those who serve in the budget committee, you are the trustees of public good. So as everybody else. Whether it's transport, whether it's energy. I get a lot of information. I just encourage you. Many of you are doing your second term, first term, a few doing third term. If you have to live longer, be fair. If you have to live longer, be just and be equitable in everything you do. Thank you. Farah Malim, yes, who is calling the speaker? Donya, on the same issue? That one is closed. What is it?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You've guided us that now that our leaders have spoken, it's good to always give the people's leaders to echo the points. Sometimes they can miss something, Honorable Speaker, because they don't carry our heads. Thank you. We echo what they say.
Thank you, Honorable Donya. That is why they are leaders. They carry your interests at all times. Honorable members in the Speaker's Gallery, allow me to acknowledge Katunguru Secondary School from Mathioya, Murang'a, Gatero Girls High School from Laikipia West, Laikipia. In the public gallery, Kianyaga High School from Gishugu, Kirinyaga, Makongeni Secondary School from Makadara, Nairobi, Bahati Community Center School from Embakasi East, Nairobi, Miumbuni AIC School from Kadhiani, Machakos. On my behalf and on behalf of the House, we welcome the students and their teachers to the House of Parliament. Next order. Sorry, Farah Maalim, 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for giving me this opportunity. I rise to address the nation and Parliament, or National Assembly. Mr. Speaker, after the defunding of all UN organizations by the Trump administration, I am an MP in an area where we host 2 refugee camps, the Dadaab refugee camp or the Dadaab complex and Hagadera. Mr. Speaker, it is so dire in the refugee camps right now in this month of Ramadan that the refugees are getting less than 20% of the ration they used to get before. So we have a disaster. We have a famine in the refugee camps. We have starvation in the refugee camps. I'm calling on the government, our own government, good government, and all other well-wishers in this case, businessmen and individuals, to help the refugees who are in our country today so that they are able to get a balanced diet in this month of Ramadan. Mr. Speaker, I particularly call upon the Department of Special Programs to deal with this thing. Otherwise, we are watching starvation in the eyes. Even water, even basic medical services, all those UN agencies that have been defunded are not executing the programs or the specialities that they used to execute before, particularly a body like the World Food Program. So, Mr. Speaker, I call upon all our government and all other governments also to come to the assistance of the 600,000 refugees that we have in the Dadaab complex and an additional almost 200,000 refugees in Kakuma complex. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Farah Maalim. Majority Leader has heard. He will communicate to the national government. Next order.
Order number 12, the County Government's Additional Allocation Bill, National Assembly Bill number 2 of 2025, second reading.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the County Government Additional Allocations Bill, National Assembly Bill number 2 of 2025, be now read a second time. Honorable Speaker, this bill we are publishing it, we publish it for the second time, Honorable Speaker, following the lapse of the mediation process on the bill that we had published last year. Honorable Speaker, you know, this additional county allocations bill has additional allocations that go to the county governments above what we share on the, or rather in the division of revenue bill. And the schedules, Honorable Speaker, that are attached to this bill, about 3 schedules, and the first one shows has conditional allocations to counties from our national government revenues, such as the KIPES money that the national government gives to counties, and other conditional allocations. And many members will remember even the 11 counties that have over the last few years benefited from monies that come as conditional grants to help them build and complete their county headquarters. And that is the first schedule that details all the additional conditional allocations. Then there is a second schedule, Honorable Speaker, that has unconditional allocations to counties from especially monies that come from court fines collected by the judiciary, from contraventions of the county government's legislations, because, Honorable Speaker, many people are taken to court and levied fines and penalties for having contravened county government legislative proposals or legislations or bylaws in our towns and elsewhere, Honorable Speaker. And this money is then shared between the judiciary and our county governments, since it is their laws that were contravened. And those now come as unconditional allocations. The third schedule contains conditional allocations from proceeds of loans and grants from development partners. Honorable Speaker, many of these loans and grants touch on very sensitive areas of our national resources management. And if you look at the schedule, Honorable Speaker, you see money from IDA on water and sanitation that touch on healthcare. You see money that goes to the Kenya Urban Support Program on urban development grants, grants that have transformed in a great manner many of our towns, including my own town in Kikuyu. Kikuyu town was transformed through allocations by the World Bank program under the Kenya Urban Support Program. There is a KISIP, the Kenya Informal Settlement Improvement Project, that has benefited many people, especially those in urban areas where there are informal settlements, and they have benefited immensely from these allocations, Honorable Speaker. Therefore, sad, Honorable Speaker, that last year we lost the opportunity to pass this bill, because when we published this bill and it went to the other house, they included the road maintenance levy fund an amount of about 10 billion shillings in this bill and amended. And when we disagreed with them, Honorable Speaker, we went into a mediation process that then lapsed at the end of the last financial year. The import of that lapse, Honorable Speaker, is that our counties continue to lose. And when our county governments are losing, Honorable Speaker, our constituents are losing. It is our own constituents who can benefit from this water for sanitation. And either the IDA projects or monies that are going to finance locally led climate action programs that are also coming from IDA, food system resilience programs. There is a National Agricultural Value Chain Development Project that has an amount of almost 5 billion shillings that should be going to our counties, Honorable Speaker. And I gave the case example last week of a county where they are saying they are losing money under these IDA projects.
Order, members. Leader, 1 minute. Order, members, honorable members. Order. Order, Honorable Soro and team. Please. Order there. Honorable Wangwe. Please, let's consult in low tone, because the matter being moved by the leader is an important matter that affects our counties. You may proceed.
Honorable Speaker, I was giving the case example of a county that I don't want to name, where we are being told because of the impasse on the RMLF and this bill that came out of the RMLF and moved on to this additional county allocations bill. A county governor was telling me they are losing 1.1 billion shillings that should be going to water and sanitation and health programs because of 173 million shillings that should be going to RMLF. And that is the case across the country, not just that one county, which I take the liberty not to name, Honorable Speaker, so that I don't expose that governor to their colleagues in the Council of Governors. And I'm saying that, Honorable Speaker, because I really want to plead with the Council of Governors and the Senate to allow this bill to pass as published. Because we are in the last 2-3 months to the end of this financial year. It is sad that 3 months to the end of the financial year, we are yet to finalize with these additional county allocations. And as I was saying, the loss is not to the National Treasury. The loss is not to the National Assembly. The loss is not to the Senate or to the Council of Governors. The loss is to the people of Kenya who cannot access funds, Honorable Speaker, going into their healthcare programs, funds going into water and sanitation,
funds going to improve infrastructure under the KUSIP and KISIP programs. And I know there are many counties, Honorable Speaker, including my own county of Kiambu, where we had roads. For instance, my road in a place called Ondire, and another one that goes from Renguti through Kanyayo to join the Ondire Makaresha road, that were to be done under the KUSIP funds. But they cannot be done because of this grandstanding in pursuit of just 10 billion shillings, while we have other billions that are being held in this bill. And therefore want to implore on the Senate and our Council of Governors to allow this bill to be approved by this House and the other House, to give them additional allocations over and above the division of revenue. We'll be publishing before the end of this week the division of revenue bill for the financial year 2025-2026. But how sad that we are publishing another division of revenue bill, and subsequently another additional allocations bill for the next financial year, when we are here to finalize with the one for this current financial year. Therefore, I want to urge members to support and plead with the other House not to wait for this bill to go to them and they amend to bring in again the RMLF funds, because they know the challenge that is the RMLF or the fuel levy funds. They know the challenge that they will encounter in this House, and therefore it is punishing counties and punishing our own constituents if they disagree. And therefore, as I move, I want to request that the other House, that when we approve this bill, and I do hope that we'll be able to approve it, hopefully before we proceed on the short recess or immediately after, that we allow counties, Honorable Speaker, to access these monies. If I look through this bill, Honorable Speaker, I see a total of, especially on the county aggregation industrial parks, and I saw His Excellency the President inspecting the one in Busia, and beautiful work ongoing. Many other counties, including the county of Kiambu, Kirinyaga, Kwale, Machakos, Meru, Migori, Mombasa, Murang'a, Nakuru, Nandi, Nyamira, Siaya, Trans Nzoia, Uasin Gishu. They ought to be benefiting, plus many others, at least 19 counties. Each county is slated to receive 105.3 million for the county aggregation and industrial parks. These county aggregation and industrial parks are not just creating opportunities for our farmers and our business people to get a place where they can carry on their trade, but it's also creating opportunities, employment opportunities for people in our counties, Honorable Speaker. Therefore, every minute that we lose, we are losing job opportunities. We are losing opportunities for these 19 counties to access this money, Honorable Speaker. If you look at the community health promoters money, Honorable Speaker, it's also in this bill. Part of what was envisaged under the health laws that we passed was that the national government, together with the county governments, would put resources together to pay stipends to our community health promoters to help in the actualization of the universal health coverage dream, Honorable Speaker, which is now a reality under the Social Health Insurance Fund. But it cannot succeed if we are not adequately resourcing our community health promoters. Their money is in this bill. Therefore, I urge our colleagues in the other House again to help. There are also salary arrears, Honorable Speaker, for county government health workers. Following the return of the return to work formula that was agreed on between the Health Workers Association and the governments, the national government committed to provide the first phase of the bargain in the 2024-2025 financial year, amounting to 1.759 billion. And the bill contains a similar provision towards settlement of the salary arrears of the health workers in the counties as per the number of doctors in a county. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, you've seen our health workers threatening to go on strike because of these arrears from the collective bargaining agreements, and this money is in this bill. I'm only mentioning these things, Honorable Speaker, for everybody to bear the weight of the importance of this bill and why we do not need to fight between us, the Senate, and the Council of Governors on the enactment of this bill. And I really want to plead with them, and this opportunity to plead with them, to allow this bill to pass as published so that these counties can access these monies and our people benefit, Honorable Speaker. With those very many remarks, Honorable Speaker, I beg to move and request the Honorable Jematia, who is a member of the Budget and Appropriations Committee, what the Honorable Junaid Mohammed called among the remnants that are remaining in that committee, because they considered this bill to second this bill, and I beg to move, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Jematia.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. And I must say, it is not very palatable now to be a member of a budget committee, but I think we did our best. Also to say, the work of budget committee is not done by members only. It is done by departmental and all of us.
Honorable Jematia, you are getting out of order.
Thank you.
Proceed to second.
And as I second this bill, which is very timely, Mr. Speaker, I also want to reiterate what the leader of majority have told us, that it is key that we pass this bill at this time because it's a very timely bill. And Mr. Speaker, I must also say, I don't envy being a governor in Kenya today because of the things, most of the problems, monetary problems that they go through. And if you see and look at the activities that is happening in the counties, the biggest problem in the counties is lack of funds. And this bill is going to enable governors dispatch and do their work comfortably, and specifically on matters grants, on matters universal health coverage, and even the aggregation of industrial parks that has been launched several times by the head of state and the wishes of the people of these counties. Mr. Speaker, this additional funds is going to take this country through the counties in a very positive way. And I only hope that the governors are going to be better managers and make sure these monies are not lost along the way through corruption, embezzlement, and privileges, so that we are able to build this country and embrace our other level of governance, that is the counties, and devolution, and enable Kenyans to get better services through this money. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And you beg to give her the mic.
And I beg to support. Thank you. 2 seconds, sorry. 2 seconds.
Thank you, honorable members. Honorable members, order. Honorable members, I now propose the question that the County Government's Additional Allocations Bill, National Assembly Bill number 2 of 2025, be now read a second time. We have on my screen here, number 1, Joshua Mwalio. And number 2, Wilberforce Oundo.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Allow me to stand here and support the County Government Additional Allocation Bill, Bill number 2 of 2025. Honorable Speaker, the essence of devolution was to disperse funds to the rural areas, to get funds from the center so they can go to the periphery. Honorable Speaker, the idea was equity, because in many days during KANU's days, whenever you never used to vote for KANU or for President Moi, your area will be starved of development. You will be told, hakuna pesa, hakuna pesa, hakuna pesa, hakuna pesa. And Honorable Speaker, I remember when they wanted you to vote for them, for KANU in a by-election, they will bring electricity poles, sprinkle them around. If the elections don't go the right way, the poles are carried away, like happened in Kipipiri, I think 1993 or 1994. It's the wisdom of Baba Raila Odinga, who has fought relentlessly for devolution, that now we have a situation where at least some substantial amount of money goes to the counties every single year, regardless of their political inclination. And for this, all Kenyans will be forever be grateful to the magnanimity, resiliency, and the ability to struggle for the common people of Kenya in the name of Raila Amolo Odinga. Honorable Speaker, when we undertook the new constitution of 2010, it obviously became at every budgeting point there are residual funds that remain in the national government. And that residual funds, it therefore means they must be disbursed to the counties. It's the wisdom of this House that we came up that we have an annual additional county allocation bill each year to look at the services that ought to be devolved, that have retained to the national level, to look at what are areas of collaboration, so that as we collaborate between the national level and the county government, then funds follow functions. It's on that score, Honorable Speaker, that we are here today. Honorable Speaker, in totality, Honorable Speaker, the county governments are getting a substantial amount of money in additional allocation. And this, Honorable Speaker, goes towards, first of all, CAIP, that's County Aggregation Industrial Park. There's go to community health promoters. We go to basic salary arrears for county health workers. Honorable Speaker, we go to the issue of court fines that are also being given to the counties. Honorable Speaker, we go to the loans and grants that are also being given to the counties and shared and guaranteed by the national government. What are we saying, Honorable Speaker? We are saying, in addition to the equitable share, they are going to get 410. There is additional funds. Honorable Speaker, unfortunately, we are only 3 weeks or 3 months to the end of the financial year. We are here where we are because of the intransigent behavior of the Senate and the big-headed behavior of the Council of Governors. If we had resolved this thing much earlier, the funds will be ready in the counties to undertake the relevant functions. Honorable Speaker, we like it or not, between now and the end of the year, financial year, it's very unlikely, Honorable Speaker, that a number of these funds, this allocation meant for physical projects will be absorbed. Very unlikely. The 10 billion or so, 10 billion or so, is unlikely to be absorbed. What the governors will do, will pack the money in their accounts. As the controller of budgets always says, they have unspent amount of money. So, Honorable Speaker, we do expect by the end of, once the disbursement has gone through, once Senate has passed as it is, and the disbursement have gone through, Honorable Speaker, we expect our health workers, the community health promoters, ought to be paid their salary arrears that some have been running for several months. Because that's the anchor of universal health care. Without health promoters, then we have really nothing on it. Honorable Speaker, we also want to bring to the attention to the counties that the loans and the grants that we are being shared to the counties, this is public debt. And public debt invariably must be used for the purposes that was meant for. Remember, we continue to saddle the people of Kenya with additional debts. We must therefore, at all, whatever it happens, we must get it done in the right way. Honorable Speaker, as I conclude, is related to this matter. Let me take this opportunity to thank the Cabinet of Kenya for approving the elevation of Bumbe TTI to be a national polytechnic. Honorable Speaker, I remember nostalgia. In 1977 or 78, as a small boy, lining up on the road with a miniature can flag and national flag, singing good songs to patriotic song to the then Vice President Moi when he was driving all the way to go and launch the as a youth polytechnic, 1970 something. Honorable Speaker, because of geopolitics and because they hated some of us, we have been requesting this oldest polytechnic to be elevated national polytechnic. We have always been given a wide berth. But today, somehow, by the miracle of God, we have now a national polytechnic. And I urge you, Honorable Speaker, to continue praying for people of Busia, because many times we are ignored. Nothing ever good comes to our place. Even when they are sharing things in this place, you never hear anybody from Busia being mentioned anywhere. Even the little that we have is normally taken away. With those very many marks, Honorable Speaker, I support.
Very well, Honorable Undo, but Busia has had two finance ministers. You remember Honorable Kemo and Masahalia. Anyway, that's a discussion for another day. The Honorable Francis Sigay. You are on my list here. If you are not ready to speak on this, the Honorable Richard Yegon. Is Richard Yegon in the house? Okay. Those who want to speak on this, could you put interventions? Yes, Ferdinand Wanyonyi.
Thank you, Speaker, for giving me this chance to support wholeheartedly this additional fund. I think, the Speaker, this is very, very important additional fund because one, I want this, as mentioned by the Speaker, by the Majority Leader, to be passed as soon as possible because out there, I am coming from Trans Nzoia, and Trans Nzoia is actually mentioned in this particular bill, and I want it to be passed as soon as possible because quite a number of things are outstanding, and they actually it can move. One is that it has been very difficult for the counties to account for some of the money that actually were given. But more so, Mr. Speaker, I've also realized that in my county, there are projects, very serious projects, that are standstill because there's no additional money. One is, I think, the market. We have a market that actually still not, nothing's moving, but I think this additional money will be able to assist the market actually be completed. And of course, as mentioned by the mover of this particular bill, one is that we'll be creating jobs, both for Mama Mboga and other people that to be able to access this marketplace so that can be able to create jobs, both for our mothers out here, our sisters out there, and of course the youth. And as it said in Kiswahili, mjakwa chembe si mkulima. So we are hoping and praying that this again is going to help our people to be able to be more creative in actually expanding their abilities and their resources, and particularly the farmers. Because one is that if this market, for example, in Trans Nzoia, is completed on time, of course there will be people who will be not be coming to me for handouts and what have you. That would be just be able to assist them in whatever they need. But I think this is a very important, and I want this to be passed as soon as possible for the benefit of our counties. I know for sure, it's also mentioned, and I quite agree with the move of this motion, there are people who are not being paid. I had a case where 3 boys last weekend, after attending some serious funeral, they came to my residence and were saying, we have not been paid for the last 6 months. I couldn't believe. But it's true because, of course, the county government is not able to expand. It's not going to be able to create more jobs and get the revenue for whatever they are. So it's important that actually we pass this bill very fast so they can be able to assist the county government to be able to meet their obligations in terms of paying the salaries and other obligations. And of course, as mentioned by the previous speaker, even the county hospitals. And again, I can also refer to my own county. Doctors and even nurses and the workers are threatening to go on strike. Not because anything else, but because that the source of their incomes have not been very, very good, have not been improved.
So I think as we actually give additional money, allocation, as we are going to do, I think this particular one will be able to assist I hope the governors are serious. I'm not pointing to any particular person, but let's be serious so they can use this opportunity, these funds, to be able to create more opportunities and be able to have more incomes at least, so they can be able to pay for some of these nurses and workers of the hospitals, referral hospitals that actually are threatening to go on strike. More so, of course, the outstanding bills. I know water, for example, in my place, the county government has not been able to pay the bills that actually, like water bills. You know, they get the water from elsewhere, and they are not able to pay the water bills just because, of course, there's no creation, there's no expansion of the activities in the county. I want to thank this, let's pass this as soon as possible so that can be able to meet the application out there. But again, my request, and I think our colleagues as governors and even the MCS, please let them be able to do without actually getting a corruption in this particular activity. And therefore, this, I think this bill should be passed yesterday so can be able to meet some of the application in the county. I support the Speaker.
The Honorable Owen Bayer.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to contribute to the county government's additional allocation bill of the National Assembly Bill to 2nd of 2025. Honorable Speaker, this is a very important piece of legislation because we must, as a parliament and as a country, enable counties to operate. And counties must operate only when they have funds. Honorable Speaker, counties cannot operate if they do not have funds. And the functions that have been devolved to the counties must have funds for them to be operational. Honorable Speaker, the Constitution is very clear that functions follow funds, or funds follow functions. That's a very important maxim, Honorable Speaker, to ensure the success of counties. And that's why, Honorable Speaker, Parliament as a tradition must table the additional allocation fund. Honorable Speaker, you realize that in this budget, in this county government additional allocations bill 2025, we are talking about 6.99 billion shillings. Quite some money that must go to ensure that certain projects are done. Honorable Speaker, from the outset, this government initiated the county aggregation industrial parks, the KIPES, which are very important to ensure that we bring manufacturing to the counties, that every county must have a county aggregation or industrial park, a park that will ensure industrialization of the counties, such that the produce that comes from the farms of these counties are processed in these industrial parks. Honorable Speaker, 250 million was set per county, and this amount of money needed to be utilized to ensure that we have built this county aggregation that are going to ensure a takeoff, Honorable Speaker. And this bill now allocates that additional funds, the 250 KIPE. Honorable Speaker, the counties benefiting from this initiative include the county of Bungoma, the county of Busia, where my friend Professor Oundo comes from, and he'll be a beneficiary of the KIPES money. And I can see, and the Honorable Women Rep of Busia, the gallant lady, the fighter, Omanyo, you definitely have to support this bill because you are getting 250 million shillings to set up KIPE. And tell the governor there, we are sending him money, let him ensure the KIPE is done so that the people of Busia can have an industrial park that they can be proud of and that they have money to ensure that is done. Honorable Speaker, other counties, notable counties, Honorable Speaker, apart from Busia, include Homa Bay, Garissa, Embu, Kiambu, Kirinyaga, Kwale.
Yes. Honorable Undo, who do you want to inform? And is he willing to be informed?
Yeah, yes, he's my...
Proceed, Honorable Undo.
I can always be informed by a professor.
My good friend, Honorable Speaker, just to put into perspective clearly on my issue of KIPE, because I sit in the Committee of Trade, Industry and Cooperative, where it's domiciled, each county was to receive 250 million from the national government. They were supposed to put in around 250 million plus the land. So initially, the idea was to do the entire 47 counties, but because of the slow absorption and identification of the right sites, we have only managed to fund 18 of them. And out of those 18, for some of them, what is contained here is the second tranche. Yes. We'd already given them one something, so this is literally the second tranche, so that the national government would have discharged its obligation, so that the county government now can take over and complete. Some at a different stage of completion, and we thank the Almighty God that BCA is one of them.
Thank you.
Because
Thank you. Thank you for the information, Professor. You know, when you're informed by a professor, you get more enlightened. Actually, Honorable Speaker, the counties were selected based on the progress made towards project completion. And Honorable Speaker, this brings me to the very important point. Some counties have this KYPE money, but they have not done anything yet. And you can see, Honorable Speaker, just a few counties have. Many counties have not done anything. Based on this document, Honorable Speaker, priority is being given to those that already have started. And there are counties that have not started. This is a very important program. And I want to urge counties that have not started to facilitate or to put money in KYPEs to do so. I do not know whether the county of my friend Elisha has actually started this work, Honorable Speaker. But of course, it's important that that county. Honorable Speaker, again, these additional funds will go to the CHPs. When you go, Honorable Speaker, to the ground, I was in the ground yesterday. I spent a lot of my time in my constituency, all the 7 wards of my constituency. And one of the things that these CHPs, the community health promoters, are crying is that national government has given them their money, but county governments have not paid CHPs. CHPs are important link for the success of SHA and SHIF. They're very important links. But if we do not pay the CHPs, Honorable Speaker, we're going to have a problem. Therefore, I urge us to support this bill. It passes and it goes out there so that the CHPs in our counties that are operating all over the counties, the community health promoters, very important people. They spend a lot of time working for the community, but they don't get paid, Honorable Speaker, because counties have not paid. I know the national government has given some money, but the county governments have not given some money. Honorable Speaker, it is important we pass this bill to give counties money so that they can pay CHPs. The CHPs out there, I want to urge them, and I want them to listen to this, that as a government and as parliament, we are keen to ensure that they get their monthly stipends that they are being given. In fact, I want to advocate for them to get even higher parts so that they are able to take care of this very important docket, Honorable Speaker. So in passing this bill, Honorable Speaker, we are actually aiding in helping to ensure that CHPs have resources. And Honorable Speaker, if you look at this, we have 3.24 billion shared among the 47 counties for CHPs, Honorable Speaker. Therefore, this is a very important piece of legislation so that the people of Homa Bay County, the CHPs in Homa Bay County, have money. They should not just be working and walking in the sun and the mud and not giving them any money. Honorable Speaker, CHPs are very important and we must support them by ensuring that they have money to ensure that they do the work properly. Honorable Speaker, another important thing that we must support in this additional allocation is the unconditional additional allocation for court fines. Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, you realize this, the CJ said, the Chief Justice said the other day, that within a very short time, when the small claims court was set up, a lot of money was collected, and there's a lot of activity, the small claims court. I can't remember the figure actually, what the CJ said, but a lot of money actually, and a lot of claims were settled. And therefore it is very important that, Honorable Speaker, that this bill's second schedule allocates Kenya shillings 116 million for court fines from county legislation violations benefiting counties including Murang'a, which has collected 70.74 million, Machakos, which has collected 16.05 million, Mombasa, which has collected 13.42 million, Kiambu has collected 10.78 million, among others. But this money, Honorable Speaker, cannot be transferred from the coast to now the counties, to the accounts of the counties, Honorable Speaker. But if we pass this bill, Honorable Speaker, these counties which has this money can actually be able to use it, Honorable Speaker. And this is very important. Therefore, passing this bill, Honorable Speaker, helps us to disburse the money that has been collected as fines to get into the counties so the counties can do projects. The transfer of court fines to the respective county government has faced challenges, Honorable Speaker, due to the lack of a framework for the collection and transfer of the same. And therefore, currently, the law requires that all revenue collected by the judiciary be sent to the consolidated fund, Honorable Speaker. And if we do not have a law, these funds cannot be transferred to the counties. Honorable Speaker, please add me like 3 minutes because you can see my flow of thoughts is on high gear.
No, we are adding you 1 minute.
No, 3 would be good. I know you're a good man, Mr. Speaker, and you'll actually do that. Honorable Speaker, there are certain important things. You see, we have seen many county government health workers running around and they are protesting and all that because they want arrears to be paid to them. But you see, Honorable Speaker, there is no framework for paying these arrears. But this county additional allocation fund bill actually does that. You have seen protests here in front of Parliament. They want their arrears. They want their money to be paid. But the most important, the elephant in the room, Honorable Speaker, is that there is no framework to disburse the arrears to these workers. And I want to assure the health workers in the counties that when we pass this bill, their arrears will be paid because this is the framework that is required to ensure that we pay the arrears. So I want to tell them to hold their horse. This Parliament will ensure this bill is passed. And when this bill is passed, the basic salary arrears for the county health workers will be paid, Honorable Speaker. And it is quite a colossal amount of money. It is 1.759 billion shillings. And this money will be paid, Honorable Speaker, if we pass this bill. And I want to request members of this House to ensure that we facilitate and pay the arrears. Honorable Speaker, you can see in the schedule, the amount is shared among 10 counties. Where fines was collected, not that piece, because I've done that. I've done already that piece. Honorable Speaker, there is also funds from development partners, funded projects. Now, this amounts to around 33 billion shillings. That is there. But it cannot be spent because we do not have a framework, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, the funds that comes from IDA, Emergency Locust Response, money for IDA, Kenya Informal Settlement, the KISI Program 1, the money for financing locally led climate action program, the FLOCA. The FLOCA is a very popular project, I know, in my county. But now they cannot use the money because there's no framework for it. But if we pass this, Honorable Speaker, the Kenya Urban Support Project, Urban Development Grants, all these amounts of money, Honorable Speaker, available from DANITA, from AFD, all this money needs to be swept and given to the counties so that all this noise that we hear, people are not being paid for this project is stalled, this project is not moving forward, Honorable Speaker, is available. And lastly, Honorable Speaker, as we disperse these funds through this county additional allocations bill, Honorable Speaker, I would like to request county governors that have been given this money to do a good job and ensure proper utilization of this money so that this money that we are disbursing from this house is useful to the people, helps in the development, and to further the devolution spirit that was, pushed by the leader of ODM and Honorable Raila Odinga, for which my friend Oundo here is very passionate about. Now,
yes, the Honorable Martin Owino, MP Ndiwa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support this bill wholeheartedly. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Baya has made a lot of comments here which are very factual and very important. But it really makes us unhappy. If we have the money, even from development partners, in billions, in fact 33 billion, he says is correct, and cannot just be dispersed to rural folks to use because of lack of infrastructure. And I was asking Dr. Nyikal here, we used to have these monies from SIDA, DANIDA, all those taken to the counties. Why do we have a delay on this? And the effect is enormous. For example, Mr. Speaker, if you look at the community health workers, which I champion for, and I know why. Because of early detection of diseases so that they can be cured, they be treated well, on time, without paralyzing the system in the villages. Early detection diseases are done by community health promoters, and that has been proven. That is much cheaper than dealing with progressed and full-blown diseases in tertiary care. And these are arrears, and their allowances held here. Mr. Speaker, there's no one who can do work without compensation. These people pay for school fees, they pay for the upkeep of their families and all that. But more intriguing, Mr. Speaker, is that when these funds are held here, there are so many things that's happening. One, they are not just grants and shares from the national government. Some of these are loans, meaning we are paying for loans which are held here and are not doing the work at the rural settings. Some of these monies which are held here, Mr. Speaker, are also arrears, salary arrears for health workers. So it appears to me, members, that we are shooting ourselves in the foot. At one point, we are giving the hospitals, especially level 6 and 5, the budget to deal with the conditions which we ought to have even prevented at the primary health care. Money from DANIDA and all that category are supposed to improve primary health care. Now we are having them here. So as a result, we will have progressed conditions which unnecessarily should have been allowed to do that. Some of the monies are also for climate resilience, agriculture, food systems resilience, which can make also the rural economy become more vibrant. They are held here. As a result, when this is not acted quickly, Mr. Speaker, and I urge members to do so, what will happen is that we are killing the rural economies, we are interfering with the health of our people, and also we are interfering with businesses, because some of these development partners are supporting small business scale. Mr. Speaker, we are also interfering with equity and equality, which is distancing itself as the time goes. There are so many people who are sinking into poverty, and a few who are opulently living are at the top of the helm. So, Mr. Speaker, as a House, I think it was wrong for the other institutions like the Senate and the COG to demand that this bill be that their 10 billion bill be added into this in order to pass. That does not make sense to me. It appears that they are also shooting themselves in the foot. Why don't we just pass this bill, release the money, and fight other fights, not with the money that is holding the lives of people? So I urge members, because I feel the necessity and the urgency of this money to be released, to pass this as soon as possible. I thank you for the time, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable James Jika, you are on my list here. You speaking on this?
Can I have them? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I arise to support this bill. And Mr. Speaker, what bothers me is that this is a bill actually for the 2024-25. It's the funds that should have long been used, and we are still discussing them. And the people they were supposed to serve actually have not been served. The jobs they were supposed to do have not been done. And Mr. Speaker, my concern is the perpetual adversarial relationship between the counties and the national government. When devolution came, Mr. Speaker, I don't think the idea was to actually build territories. The idea was actually to get monies to flow to the counties. It's a good idea because it has made equity much easier. And it really does not matter to the people that are being served where the resources come from. And I think as leaders we should realize this. When we are having territorial differences and thinking this should be that, should be that, the people are just, if it is water, they're just looking for water. They don't want to know whether the water is from the national government or the water is from the county government. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I think that this should not be happening every year. The relationship actually, the law provided, Article 187 of the Constitution provided how this should be done. The Intergovernmental Relations and Technical Committee provided how there should be a relationship, even between policies, even between programs at the county and the national level. And so when it comes to just distributing money so that we give additional money to the counties, why should we have a difference? I will agree with my colleague, Honorable Martin, that if you have other things that we differ on, I think we should let the money go and serve the people, and we go on. And I think it is time that we actually relooked at our structures. Are we adhering to them, or we are actually just using them as obstacles to service to the people? If you look in these particular instances, the programs that are actually being delayed, the arrears for the agreements during the strikes of the health workers, is that money that we should actually be questioning. That money should have gone, and people should have been paid to the counties if they're working the counties, and they should be paid. Because what was agreed, that the bargaining agreement was that the national government should pay, and we agreed that they should pay, and that was what was part of the return to work formula. I think, Mr. Speaker, you yourself, you are more versed in these things. Why we delay these things, I do not know. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the issue of community health workers, these people were putting more and more loads on them. You go into the rural areas, you are finding that we are putting more equipment with them. Now we are asking them to take blood pressures, we are asking them to help diabetics. We are putting more and more load on them. But when the time comes to pay them, even now, Mr. Speaker, I'm not satisfied with the payment structure for the community health promoters. Even the change of name from community health workers, community health volunteers, and now community health it shows that deep inside, we really don't want to acknowledge these people as health workers. Now they are calling them promoters. And now, part of the money is being paid by the county government, part of the money is being paid by the national government, and that is why this money has to move. We actually need to get a clear structure. To me, get all that money and put it to the counties and let those people be paid. People are best paid where they work. Money should come through the supervisors that they know. You can't be working in one level and your money is coming from another level. If there is delay, you do not even know how to follow up that money. So I think these are things we should do. And as we know, there are a lot of funds that comes to us through grants and loans from partners, international partners. Mr. Speaker, those monies are being given to Kenyans, and Kenyans live in the counties. They are I don't know Kenyans that live at national level, I don't know where they are. So if the monies come through, in fact, we should have more programs at the county levels. So if the grant and loans are to move from partners are to move to the counties, is that something we should still have arguments about? And even where the proceeds are from activities that have taken part in the counties, like the courts. When the proceeds of court fines come, and it's agreed that they should actually be shared, those are things that once we put the law, if we feel the law is not as good as we want it, let it pass 1 year, and the next year we can always amend the law. We can always look at it. But we cannot hold services that we want a perfect law. For me, Mr. Speaker, we should be more focused on getting the services to our people at the counties. Whatever money we get that should go to the counties, they should go. Arguments should come later. With that, Mr. Speaker, I support this bill.
The Honorable Phyllis Barto.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to put my voice and support this county government additional allocation bill, National Assembly number 2, 2025. Mr. Speaker, we started devolution, and we cannot strangle it so that it is not able to serve the people. Mr. Speaker, county governments play a very important role in our economy and to the people of Kenya. And when the county governments are not well resourced, it is the same people we are serving who become disadvantaged. Mr. Speaker, a case in point is my county, the county of Uasin Gishu. And I empathize and sympathize with my governor, Jonathan B. or Elias Kotimoja. Because, Mr. Speaker, because of the scarcity of resources in the county government, the governor has been reduced to playing very minor roles in the county, which I don't want to mention, because he is not resourced, he doesn't have money to run the activities of the county. Mr. Speaker, case in point is the road infrastructure, which, in fact, at this time of the year in Uasin Gishu, it is raining. And the county roads are in very bad condition. The machines which have been purchased are just idle because there is no fuel. The county cannot fuel those machines so that the roads are improved. The road network is improved. So, Mr. Speaker, this bill is very important, and it should be dealt with the urgency it deserves so that our counties can continue being operational. Mr. Speaker, a case in point is also the promoters, the health promoters. They are supposed to be given a small figure of 5,000, very little amount of money, which is not even enough. And yet they are not getting it because there is no money in our counties. And Mr. Speaker, we are giving them a lot of additional work. For instance, they are supposed to be registering SHA. They are supposed to be sensitizing communities in a matter SHA. Yet they do it. They do it very diligently. But at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, they don't have anything to take home. Mr. Speaker, if we are supposed to make this SHA functional, this money should be released to the county so that they can run. Our hospitals, Mr. Speaker, there is no medication. In fact, as I was coming to Parliament a few minutes ago, I met a group of health workers demonstrating in the streets. This is a clear indication that our county governments are not working. They are not operating because they don't have resources. And at the same time, in fact, the little resources which they have are to use it to support other services because they are not enough. Mr. Speaker, the issue of fertilizer, which is very key at the moment, especially during the planting season, was devolved to counties. They are supposed to do the last mile, where they distribute the fertilizer from the National Cereals Board to the different cooperative societies which are in the counties or in the county, in the wards. But unfortunately, the county government is not able to do that. If you go to Uasin Gishu now, to the National Cereals Board stores, you will find farmers struggling, for the fertilizer because the county is not able to transport it from the centers, from the cereal boards to the cooperative societies in the regions because they don't have resources. Mr. Speaker, if this devolution was supposed to make life easy for our citizens, then we had better disperse this money so that the common mwananchi can at least feel that something called devolution was done. Mr. Speaker, if there is any problem, if there is an obstacle in the disbursement of this money, then it should be eased out so that the members of our communities can benefit. If Senate is the problem, for instance, if Senate wants anything, any funding through this bill, they had better wait so that this one is dispensed with quickly, because at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, we all serve the same mwananchi. The mwananchi who elected the senator is the same mwananchi who elected the governor, is the same mwananchi who elected the member of parliament, is the same mwananchi who elected the member of county assembly. So let us put our differences aside and look at what benefits the mwananchi directly. Let us sort other issues elsewhere or independently, and don't put obstacles that make the lives of our citizens difficult. Because, for example, the county industrial parks, what are referred to as KIPes, Mr. Speaker, in my county, the county of Uasin Gishu, specifically even in my own constituency, Muiben constituency, we launched one, or we did the groundbreaking of one, and we were so excited that it was going to bring a lot of value to the lives of the farmers, to the lives of Mwamamboga, to the lives of everybody who was in Muiben when we were groundbreaking that day. But Mr. Speaker, this is 2 years down the line. The building is just a sorry state of itself because there is no work going on, because there is no money. So how I wish these resources are fast-tracked so that we have the completion rate of all these projects which have been commissioned can be achieved. Because once they are not completed on time, there is also the cost element, there is the legal aspect, because a contractor will not just sit and wait for a decision to be done so that they are paid. People work on timelines, and when they are not paid, they will go to court. The court will give them FT awards, and who bears the burden? It is still the county government, it is still the government of Kenya. So, Mr. Speaker, how I pray that we pass this bill, we make sure, which will make sure that the money goes express to the county government, and the county government can serve the people of Kenya. What we would only wish is that let the money do what is, go and serve the people for the purpose in which it was intended. Let us not have a scenario where the allocations are dispersed and then the resources are diverted to the purposes which were not intended. Up to there, Mr. Speaker, I support this bill wholeheartedly, and I hope and I wish that it is fast-tracked so that very soon, our county governments, the governors will be up running and serving the people of Kenya. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable John Waluke.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me a chance also to speak on this important bill. Honorable Speaker, I am different from many or few of us Honorable Speaker, unless we put the structure correct about these monies going to the counties, Honorable Speaker, some of the counties are doing well, and some of the counties are just swindling the money. So, Honorable Speaker, if we are all supporting that the money should go to the county governments, that there's no work going on in the counties, it is because we have not put the structure properly, like CDF monies. The structure is there. The money goes to the constituencies, and then it is seen working, Honorable Speaker. But not like this one. Honorable Speaker, I invite you to my constituency one time. Since devolution, there is nothing, even a bottle of water like this, in my constituency from the county government. And I always wonder, and we get almost 13 billion annually, Honorable Speaker, and there's nothing that has, you cannot talk of anything from the county government. Honorable Speaker, about the Agriculture and Industrial Pact, it is only Busia County, which I visited, and maybe, Honorable Speaker, you are also there. I saw that, and I'm impressed with the Busia County, Honorable Speaker, with the work Busia County is doing. Even the President was amused when we all saw the structures of the industrial park, what is going on in Busia, and it was given the same amount the same day with my county, Bungoma County. And Bungoma, there is nothing. And even the PS, Dr. Mwana was wondering that I gave the money the same day, and here the work is seen. It is almost complete. The roads, tarmacked everywhere, to show that Busia County is working, is serious. So, Honorable Speaker, some counties are just there to steal. So, let's put the structures in place before we release the money to the county. And if they can ask, Honorable Speaker, maybe we give to those counties that are doing better, like Busia and the others, like Mandera County, Honorable Speaker, where the governor saw that the money was just there, he has not used it enough, he had to return it to the treasury because he is honest. Honorable Speaker, for many years, Honorable Speaker, governors have let us down in many aspects. We are talking of CHB, crying for salaries not paid, and it is true, Honorable Speaker. But it's a time, Honorable Speaker, even constituencies, us, the President made sure that he cleared all the balances that we were demanding as constituencies. He made sure that all the counties were given all their monies. And after a week or so, you'll just see them on the TVs complaining that there's no money. Where does the money go to? So it is high time, Honorable Speaker, we are not just here as a voting machine, and we need to be honest to the people, even if they suffer. But we want to see, we want the truth, we want honesty, we want the money to be used properly to those people, to wananchi. Even if you go to the counties, some counties like mine, they will tell you that, no, the money is badly being used. So let's be open, let's be candid, let's be bold to say, to speak what is wrong. We must say that it is wrong. Honorable Speaker, thank you.
The Honorable Japheth Nyakundi, Member of Parliament, Kitutu. Give him the mic. Any mic around? Yes, you can use that one.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to also put my word on the county government additional allocation bill, which I believe is a very, very important bill to the people of Kenya and more especially to the county governments, because our county governments play a very crucial and critical role in making sure that our people back at home get the services that they require. When this constitution was passed in 2010 to bring up the county government, these county governments were brought up to ensure that they get services to our people. This bill, therefore, is important, Mr. Speaker, sir, because there is some money lying somewhere and there are people back at home who are to receive this money to get services, but they are not getting them because the money is lying here. Mr. Speaker, what has touched me so much about this bill is money that is meant for the CHPs is in this bill. In December, I had a meeting with CHPs from my constituency, and to some point, they were very happy with the national government because the national government tends to release the money for the CHPs in time, but at that particular time, there was a backlog of the money that was meant for CHPs of about 8 months from the county government. So this bill is important because I believe these CHPs need this money because they play a critical role, more especially at this particular time, because of the registration that they are doing for SHA and SHIF, which now we call it Taifa Care, which is very critical for the people of Kenya. And this is one of the 5 pillars of President William Ruto, which is very critical. Since time immemorial, there is no such huge thing like the Taifa Care that is ongoing that has ever been passed. This is the first time, and it has come through during this period of President William Ruto, and I believe it will be able to succeed despite having some teething problems. It is normal to have teething problems, but I believe this SHA and SHIF is good for our people. And by paying the CHPs, it is important because these CHPs are the ones who are the roadmap towards making sure that the Taifa Care is a story to tell in future or it succeeds. Number 2, we have seen there is a lot of money that the donors have given out, but on our side of bargain, this donor money needs to be matched up with some money from the national government. And a lot of money is here lying, like money from KISIP, which is the Kenya Informal Improvement Project, money from Kenya Urban Support Project, money for water sanitation and development project, which, as we know, water is a devolved function. Like the other day in my brother Honorable Silvanos Osoro, there was a problem. People were infected because of drinking contaminated water. Therefore, I ask the county governments, when you receive this money, make sure that you use this money in a good and proper manner. Because if we had good, clean water in South Mogirango, right now we couldn't be having the issues that we are having there. Many people were infected, many people, the water contaminated and made sure that affected so many people. It was a sad incident. It was one of the incidents that we've never seen in Kisii for the first time. So therefore, we call about the county governments to ensure that when they receive this money, they make sure that this money is used in a good and a proper manner. I have seen other people enjoying saying that in their counties they are receiving money for the aggregation centers or the Skypes. These aggregation centers are very good for making sure that, one, it creates employment. Number two, farmers are able to make sure that their goods and commodities are able to be brought in one place and sold, and even done some value addition. I have seen so many counties here, about 18 counties that are going to receive the money. But I am devastated because the county where I come from is not going to receive the money because the contractor or the county government has not made sure that the project is ongoing. The project is stalled, and that is why they have not been given the money, or they are not receiving the money. So we call upon the county government to ensure that when they receive money from the national government, and I want to thank the national government because nowadays these county governments receive money on time. The problem is that we have some governors who are very incompetent, who are not making sure that the money we receive is not used in a good and proper manner. We want to call upon the county governments to ensure that any money they receive from the national government goes into making sure that the services that mwananchi need back at home are gotten. We are seeing, like right now, they want money that is meant for RMLF, for our roads in Kera. They want the 10 billion to go to the county government. And as we speak, the money they receive for the roads they have not even used that money to make sure that our roads are okay. The roads are impassable. The roads are pathetic. And they want more money. I don't know why they want more money. And the money that they have not even used it. They even don't have enough personnel. They don't have enough engineers like the Kenya rural roads have in making sure that they supervise the roads that are being done by Kera. And if you go home, back at home right now, you can clearly identify a road that is done by Kera because their roads are done in a good and a proper manner compared to the county roads, which engineers who are doing them are very incompetent. The people who are doing them are very incompetent. And even some of these roads, we cannot see them. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to support this county allocation bill because I believe that counties are important and they play a vital role in making sure that mwananchi gets services. As the National Assembly, the Senate, we will make sure that we support the counties. But as we support the counties, there is a rider. Make sure that the money that we give you is used in a good, proper manner. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I submit.
Great. Is the Honorable Geoffrey Mwangi Tetu in the House? Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to also lend my voice to this debate. And Mr. Speaker, to start, I fully support this bill, the 2025 County Government Additional Allocations Bill. But Mr. Speaker, I would like to first point out that this is the House that is going to protect devolution. This House and the House of Senate. And it is our primary mandate to protect devolution. This week, Mr. Speaker, we saw an MOU being signed that purported to protect devolution, yet that is a responsibility of this House. But be it that as it may be, there is need to ensure, Mr. Speaker, that first of all, we devolve all the functions that was put in the schedule of devolution in our Constitution, and this includes health, which, Mr. Speaker, up to today we know the bulk of the money for health still sits at Afya House, and not with our county governments who are in charge of healthcare. The money for agriculture still sits at Kilimo House. The government is still in the business of fertilizer, an item that should be going to the county government. The government has recently engaged in the business of housing, which again, it is clearly a devolved function. So, Mr. Speaker, I urge this House first and foremost to ensure that we protect devolution from the excesses of the executive that we have continued seeing from time to time. Mr. Speaker, our healthcare workers are on strike, and it is very important that then we release this money very, very quickly. It is also sad that our health, community health promoters have literally two employers. Some money comes from the national government, some money comes from the county government. And I think when you have two employers and there may not be any synchronization as to when the salaries come, you find they have been paid some half of the money, the other half is being waited. How can we ensure that this money is put maybe at the beginning of the year for community health workers and synchronized and paid at the same time? So we urge Treasury to ensure that these funds are released in time. However, Mr. Speaker, our governors and our county governments cannot escape blame. I think despite us being proponents and disciples of devolution, they have at times made devolution look like it was a sham or like it was a myth because of some of the things that we keep seeing in our counties, Mr. Speaker. The biggest item being corruption and wastage and plunder of public resources within our counties. Mr. Speaker, this is something that Senate and this House, we have to keep looking for additional measures. And we also want to urge the Auditor General and also ask the various government arms of government that are concerned with fighting corruption to refocus, to put very sharp focus on our counties, which have now become, the headquarters of corruption. Actually, the joke in this country is that the only thing we successfully did was to devolve corruption. So, Mr. Speaker, that is something we must address. Also, our county government seem to lack the capacity to absorb the money that they have been given. A recent report showed that a lot of them have not even absorbed their capital expenditure or have been deviating their capital expenditure. And a big problem, Mr. Speaker, that we have in our counties is a bloated workforce. Every governor comes and adds his 200, 300 new employees. In 5 years, those ones cannot be fired because they are on permanent and pensionable. A new governor comes, adds his 500. So a lot of our counties, Mr. Speaker, we need a staff audit. And maybe it is time that we put them under the Public Service Commission, if they are not already there, so that the establishment is clearly approved by both the Public Service Commission and also the salaries are determined correctly by the Salaries and Remuneration Commission. Mr. Speaker, counties have also become the people who are holding a lot of pending bills. And sadly, these also come from very small business people. Although this is not only a problem of county government, it's also in the national government. Mr. Speaker, it is sad that in this country, the third largest source of revenue after taxes and domestic borrowing is what I would call SME finance. And how do SME finance contribute to the economy of the country? When you procure goods from a small businessman at the beginning of the year, goods worth $1 million, and you have not paid him for a year or 2 years or 3 years, is in that person being forced to unlawfully contribute, to the kitty of the country. So this is something, Mr. Speaker, that would also like address, going forward. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, How can our counties diversify their revenues? We created 47 small governments. Those of us who are there during the constitution-making process, everybody cautioned that these were too many. But I think now we have crossed the Rubicon. We may not be able to reverse to the 8 that we desired. So how can we ensure that these 47 small governments are somehow self-sustaining? Because over time, as we devolve more functions, as the country goes through the various economic challenges that it is going through, how can we ensure that counties raise more and more of their revenues? And it is important that we come up with mechanisms. And I know there are some mechanisms, but they need to be strengthened to ensure that counties get money based on how much they collect. There are some governors who are doing very little, or they sit in their headquarters, wait for the big check from Treasury, and sit with their colleagues and cronies and figure out how to divide it. But Mr. Speaker, as I finish, I would like to point out about my own county of Nyeri. Because when I look at this schedule, and I remember going to a meeting about 2 years ago, just after we were elected, and Nyeri was supposed to be one of the first beneficiaries of the county aggregation and industrial parks. But when I look at the county of Nyeri, I can see it has 0 allocation. I don't know whether it's because it got an allocation last year or whether the governor has not contributed his matching funds. But Mr. Speaker, I would like it to be on record that the county government of Nyeri has not received any monies this year or with regards to the county aggregation and industrial parks. And we have a lot of things that we would like to do. It is an agricultural county, and we would like to be able. Mr. Speaker,
what's your point of order? What's your point of order?
No, just to inform my friend, that guy is my friend, he's a good member of parliament, that, Nyeri may not have an allocation here because either they have not used the money that they have adequately, or secondly, that there was no contribution from the county government, or that they have not found the land to put up the KIPE. And therefore, probably as an MP and as a friend of the governor, you need to go out there and ask the governor what has happened, because we have seen those that have been allocated on the basis of good progress on their KIPEs, and that they also have land, and the county governments has also made allocation. So I know the good governor, Dr. Kahiga, is your friend. He should help the people of Nyeri to get a KIPE before he departs, and it will be part of his legacy. And that the only legacy he should not leave with the people is that they were Munyoro trained. He needs to leave a KIPE, a proper
You've made your point.
Thank you.
You've made your point. The Honorable Gideon
Mr.
Ochanda.
Speaker, I had not concluded because I was interrupted by a point of order. So
at one point you gave me an impression.
Yeah,
that you
because
had
but
concluded.
I thought you'd allow me to finish, but you stopped me to allow the deputy leader of majority to make some remarks against Wamunyoro, which are quite unpalatable in this house.
Honorable member. I'm a fairly seasoned moderator. In my opinion, you were trying to run away from the point of order. And maybe you are just being now
that I was caught
to reply. So let's move on. Thank you. The point is taken. The Honorable Gideon Ochanda.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to speak to something that the entire leadership of the House needs to really take precaution on. Because annually, every single year, we have conflicts in terms of the vertical revenue allocations, the division of vertical allocations, every year. When we are doing that, we many times do it without thinking of additional monies, whether they are conditional or unconditional monies that are extended to the counties. So in my view, Mr. Speaker, if you look at what we are calling now additional funding, in this bill we are talking about figures beyond 6 billion. You add on grants, you add on many other things that the national government is supporting the counties on. We are talking of huge amounts of money. You look at the markets that, for example, the national government is doing in my county is more than 1 billion Kenya shillings. And that is not here, and that is in one county. So if you put all those things together, these disputes that we constantly have between the Senate and ourselves, complaining about the figures, the division of revenues, I think needs to end. Otherwise, we need to be putting all these things together in one kind of a division arrangement where the additionals plus all those things that are given to the counties are put together, are lumped together when we are doing the revenue division vertically. So, Mr. Speaker, it is important that we take this moving forward so that it can also help us in terms of issues of negotiations and understanding, that we don't need to constantly dispute over revenue division just because of figures that are thrown off the table. Mr. Speaker, I wanted to talk to the next thing, which is on the whole issue of the monies that are taken to the county in relation to their development vote. Last week, what we saw was a little bit embarrassing. Nearly all the counties, if you put their development vote, none of them is beyond a quarter. None of them is beyond 25%. But again, if you isolate the 25% in the name of a quarter, and you look at in terms of how these counties are spending this money, we were shown that the county that had used the development money in a manner that we'll be talking about was slightly over 30%. The rest are below 10%. So why do we want to constantly vote for monies to go to the counties? Then we vote for additional monies to go to the counties, and then we don't see development. So this is something that we need to check. If you compare that with the meager monies that are given through this NGCDF, and you compare that with this allocation that we constantly give the counties, it's something that you can't compare. You can't compare at all. So the whole issue of counties not doing development, that their performance is below 10% in terms of how the development vote was carried out in the last financial year, I think is not right. It's amazing. The other thing that is here, Mr. Speaker, that I think is important to note is the whole issue of how court fines have been sent out to counties. We used to have what were called municipal courts before. These municipal courts were virtually in every county, in every town council, in every municipality, and in every county. And they were handling issues of the municipal bylaws. Some of these bylaws are in existence. I don't understand why the issues that are related to court fines generated by the municipalities or by the county government should not be given as local revenue by those counties. Instead of collecting court fines and now spreading them out, splitting them up such that some counties get, some don't. I think this is not right. So if you look at this thing seriously, you'll realize that there are some counties that have not been given in terms of this additional money from courts, what we call the court fines, that some don't have. Those that don't have, I'm very clear in my mind that their counties generated some revenue through in the name of fines.
Honorable Chanda, you are talking to the nation. Could you explain exactly what you mean by some being given the court fines, others not getting the court fines? Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If you look at the schedule in terms of the bill that we are talking about, you realize that many counties are blank. They are blank. They're with 000. Some have figures. And what I'm trying to say here is...
Yes, what's your point of order, Leader?
That in the terms of court fines, there are certain counties which have set courts. Because these court fines are fines that have been generated from fines from the county government courts. County governments have established their own courts. I know the one in Mombasa, if you go to Treasury Square, there is a county court. Now, the fines that are generated from the county court is what now needs to be disbursed to be used by the county. My county of Kilifi just set the court the other day, so they cannot get money because they have not generated any court fines. So these are the court fines. You see other counties have, others do not, because it is actually money that belongs to the counties that have been generated through court fines that is now being given a framework for disbursement to the county so the county can use the money. So if your county does not have a court, tell your governor to start a court and then ensure that many borders and many traders go there, they are fined and they get money. I think
we are together, my leader. We are together, my leader. That's exactly what I was talking about. That before the advent of what we're calling devolutions here, there were what were called municipal courts, and they were all over. These courts that were all over is exactly what I'm saying needs to be all over again, such that they help generate court fines for those particular counties that may not be having them now. Because
Order, leader. That's not how the House runs.
So, Mr. Speaker, that's exactly the explanation that you had wanted, that I'm trying to bring out. We are together with Bayer in this. It's only that there are certain counties where the issue of court fines have not been factored, because some of these municipal courts that were there previously are no longer functional. And if they are functional, all of them are under the central judiciary that we know. And if that happened, it means that they are denied a source of revenue for purposes of their own fines that needed to be part of their local revenue, Mr. Speaker. That's exactly what I was talking about. And if you looked at it like that, there is no county that should go blank. There's no county that can have zero. Because if you looked at the initial municipal courts, they're all over in all the towns, and all those towns are clearly now under county governments. So, Mr. Speaker, those are some of the things that I wanted to bring, that we really need to see that this issue of additional grants really absolves us from this annual disputes in terms of vertical revenue allocation, Mr. Speaker. With that, I thank you and I support the additional allocation.
Ridikiri Mugambi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've looked at this bill. I have noticed that it has met the threshold of what is required for laws to be presented to this House for deliberations. Mr. Speaker, I join the other members in supporting this bill, but to note of concern is the utilization of resources that are either with the national government or with the county government. Mr. Speaker, allocation or giving more money to national government or the county government does not mean that they are going to utilize it properly to implement the intended purpose. Mr. Speaker, it is good that the national government and the county government work together, particularly on some critical times, particularly during drought, when we have health crisis, when we have floods, etc., etc. Mr. Speaker, Article 190 gives us the leeway to allocate more funds to the counties because they need development. So I've looked at this bill and I've realized it is addressing key and pertinent issues, which I'll summarize as follows. Mr. Speaker, I have noticed that there is the county aggregation industrial park, which is a very important component of the government agenda. Mr. Speaker, I want to clear the misinformation that these counties are being developed by the county government. We, the national government and the county government, are in partnership. And the importance of these aggregation centers, Mr. Speaker, is to create areas that will enhance value addition. They will create storage facilities. They will become centers of innovation. They will become centers where trading can be done effectively in an organized manner. Mr. Speaker, in Meru, the aggregation industrial park is situated in my constituency, and we are certain that the national government and the county government are in a partnership. Mr. Speaker, we are an agricultural county. My constituency is the largest producer of flowers, the largest producer of wheat, the largest producer of potatoes and vegetables, which feeds almost the northern frontier. So this is a very important thing for us to support and allocate more money because of what I've just said. Mr. Speaker, we have passed through a very tempting and a very embarrassing situation where medical provision of medical services in this country has been put to test. Mr. Speaker, we have seen the crisis on the medical sector. We have seen doctors, unemployed doctors. We have seen interns. We have seen existing doctors employed, but they have never been paid their salaries. Mr. Speaker, we all know that health is devolved, and therefore the government has to come in handy and to clear those arrears so that the country can move on. We need, as a national government, to release more funds to the counties. Mr. Speaker, the question that we need to ask ourselves here is, why did the counties wait until we reach this point where there is a crisis? Many will say the national government had delayed in setting the money, but that's not the truth. Mr. Speaker, what we are seeing at the county government is improper utilization of the resources and lack of priorities. Mr. Speaker, it is quite a balancing a country of Kenyan age that we hear doctors cannot be paid. And we all know that health is a very important factor in this country. Mr. Speaker, I have seen money in support of health promoters. Yes. But again, Mr. Speaker, I'm a bit embarrassed here because in the Meru County, the only promoters we have is 3,716. And we are being given a statistic that every health promoter will be in charge of 100 households. I have multiplied and I found in Meru, the health promoters are going to cover only 371,600 households. Surely, that's not even a half of Meru's household. Meaning, we are far from meeting the expectations in the health sector in terms of provision for health care. Mr. Speaker, we would like to put more resources on this sector and this area. Mr. Speaker, I have seen that the money that is coming in is from the development partners. And this is where now I have a bit of a problem, Mr. Speaker. Because if you look at the schedule that has been provided here, you will notice there are so many projects. Some of them are repeated projects. And there's nothing wrong. But the only problem is accountability. Mr. Speaker, here in and here out, we are sending money from the development partners to counties. Who oversees the utilization and implementation of this project, Mr. Speaker? And I want to join my colleague Oshanda when we are saying every year in, we are giving a lot of unconditional revenue to counties. And I'll give an example. We appropriate the Kenya informal settlement schemes. There is a Kenya urban settlement schemes. Mr. Speaker, we don't know if these things are not visible at the counties. I have seen a program here on climate change, 2 programs, parallel, one 3.3 billion, the other one 1.2 billion. I have seen on drought is a repeated thing. Even when this money is coming, what is the basis of bringing this money? Who oversight this? The National Assembly, where we sit here, KISIP, KUSIP, they all pass through this house. But this is a conduit. After that, what normally happens. What is the value of this money that is being given to counties year in, year out? It's a concern to us, Mr. Speaker. I am yet to see a governor who will rise up and issue a policy statement on the sector of education, on the sector of health, on the sector of agriculture, on the sector of water. All what you are seeing is impromptu implementation of one or two projects, discriminatively, where they have no support, they don't go there, they never speak about water policy, they never speak about even this health policy. That is why we are having a country grounding to a halt in sectors like health sector, Mr. Speaker. A time has come, even as much as you are saying we obey Article 190 to support the counties, time has come for accountability. We must not be passing bills and additional revenue. We must have accountability. Every single money that goes, after we pay the salary arrears, what next? After we give them green light to use the money collected from the courts, what next, Mr. Speaker? These are the basic questions that you really need to ask, so that every money that is taken the counties, it must have a corresponding policy. I see here, even you are giving them money and there is no framework for the courts. There is no framework, but you are approving.
Give him 1 minute.
Thank you. How are we allocating more money without a framework? There is money being taken to consolidated fund. To get that money from consolidated fund, we need a framework. There must be a law. But the bill here is saying, let's give them the money. So are we doing the right thing? Are we doing the right thing? Yes, the others we understand. But even where the law is needed, we must pass that law before we allocate the money, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, we must challenge the counties. And we must ask ourselves, why do they wait until a county has arrears? Why do we have to wait until we start pumping them with the money? I mean, Mr. Speaker, I think national government is spoiling the counties. Mr. Speaker, the cost of living cannot be apportioned to the national government only. The cost of living needs to be apportioned to the counties also, because they have money on agriculture, they have money on water, they have money on drought. So when we are bashing the national government of high cost of living, we should not spare the counties. More so, Meru County. It should not be spared. The governors must say what they are doing to reduce the cost of living. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Makalimulu.
Yeah, thank you so much, Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. Honorable Speaker, I want to add my voice to this important debate on the county allocation of additional resources. Honorable Speaker, it is important from the onset we realize that we are not discussing the equitable share. We are discussing additional resources which are supposed to go to the counties. And these resources are actually conditional resources which come from either the government or the development partners, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, this bill is being presented to this House the second time. If you remember, it was presented here, we could not agree with their comments, it went to the Senate, they could not agree with us, went to the mediation process died midway. And that's why the bill now has been brought here. But I want us to be more objective in terms of how we look at this bill. The first thing, Honorable Speaker, we are discussing resources for 2024-2025 conditional grants. Looking at where we are in terms of financial year, we are doing this in the month of March, which means we have only about 3 months to the end of the financial year, Honorable Speaker. If you look at the history of this bill, the county government additional resources, Honorable Speaker, this House has always been passing this bill very late in the day. And then because of that, Honorable Speaker, you find there isn't much implementation time. So even before you go to the subject matter of the bill, the issue of timing on when we pass this bill is a critical issue. And I think this House needs to look at that issue, Honorable Speaker. Why am I saying that? Honorable Speaker, we have our development partners who have committed resources to help our development in our counties. And by doing that, so long as this bill remains a bill and not an act of parliament, those resources cannot be passed to the counties, which means automatically we are denying our own people the chance to benefit from this resources, Honorable Speaker. And looking at what is happening, Honorable Speaker, the last report of the control of budget, you saw majority of the counties are only spending about 17% of their budget on development, as opposed to the targeted 35%, which means, Honorable Speaker, this additional resources from our development partners are the resources we should be complementing our own resources so that we experience development in the rural setting. So the issue of timing is critical. The other issue which is critical, Honorable Speaker, is the issue of, and I agree with my colleagues, when these conditional grants at the end of the day find themselves in the counties, Honorable Speaker, there is a huge gap in terms of accountability framework. You find the resource, once they go to the county, the resources now implemented at the county, but in terms of budgeting and appropriation, they are somewhere at the headquarters. So how do you account for these resources? You find that the county governments the county assemblies might not be able to do the oversight at that time. And the national government, because they have resisted resources, there's also that element. So there's a gap. And I think the whole issue of monitoring and evaluation of these resources need to be discussed thoroughly and a way forward agreed. Otherwise, you still leave that room where this resource might be misdirected or misapplied or even through corruption, Honorable Speaker, that the money doesn't get to the root where it's expected. So on that basis, Honorable Speaker, it is important that even as we think about this additional resource to the counties, a clear monitoring framework, monitoring evaluation framework, and a clear accountability framework is put in place. The other important matter, Honorable Speaker, is the issue of, if you look at the bill, it talks about community health promoters, where the county government is supposed to pay some money and the national government is supposed to pay some money. Honorable Speaker, imagine a situation where the national government releases the money for the community promoters, but the counties don't have the money. So it means instead of getting 5,000, Honorable Speaker, a community health promoter will get 2,500 from the national government, and then the component of the county assembly, the county government, might have to wait for 1 or 2, 3 months, Honorable Speaker, because most counties we live in them, they are in arrears in terms of payment of salaries. So this is another critical matter, Honorable Speaker. And I think really the government needs to think around this problem, Honorable Speaker, that if we say we are going to give the money 50%, then at the start of the year, Honorable Speaker, can we have a mechanism where 100% of those resources are either transferred to the county so that they are able to pay the salaries without any delay? Because salaries are a sensitive matter, Honorable Speaker. The other matter, Honorable Speaker, which is critical, is the issue of support to the county headquarters, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I've been a member of the budget committee since I joined this parliament. And every year, Honorable Speaker, we have been pushing this money to the counties for construction of county headquarters for about 5 counties, which didn't have any county headquarters when we started, Honorable Speaker. But the problem has always been, Honorable Speaker, that despite the money being in the budget every year, Honorable Speaker, there has been minimal implementation. We are now in almost the 10th year budgeting for these resources. And these 5 counties have never had their county headquarters completed, Honorable Speaker. So the question is, what challenges are we facing? In terms of the resources are there, can we really come up with a way, Honorable Speaker, that we get this matter behind us so that the resources are released and the counties are able to construct their headquarters? In that case, Honorable Speaker, then we'll be helping the counties. Otherwise, in a situation where we budget for money, it never gets to the counties.
Honorable Makali, what has been the impediment? You began by saying you have been in the budget committee since you came to the House. That's about 2013. Proceed.
Basically, Honorable Speaker, the problem has been, anytime you talk to them, they say they are not able to agree with the public works. You know, public works procedure will be the people to design the projects and implement them. So they always claim there has been that delay, Honorable Speaker. But I suspect, Honorable Speaker, the other element has also been exchequer releases, Honorable Speaker. Because, you know, the government is used to this idea of you put money in the budget, but when it comes to exchequer release so that you have the cash in the bank to implement, Honorable Speaker, the money never reaches the counties. So even as we blame the counties, Honorable Speaker, I think the national government must also play their role, Honorable Speaker, and more so in a timely manner so that we don't delay implementation of the projects. So the other bit I was talking about, Honorable Speaker, this county headquarters, I think we need to make a decision, Honorable Speaker, that if we want to complete them, then let's have a time frame in terms of implementation. As a country, we can agree, we don't allow this for two years or 1 year, and by the end of that, Honorable Speaker, then we list the money and we conclude the headquarters. The other important bit, Honorable Speaker, and this has been mentioned by many of my colleagues, just as we are experiencing the problem of accountability at the county level, Honorable Speaker, I think generally as a country, colleagues, we really seriously need to think about prudent use of public resources. We have seen situations where, Honorable Speaker, all said and done, comparing where we are as a country, comparing the challenges we are going in terms of our economy, in terms of economic growth, comparing the challenges in terms of revenue collection, Honorable Speaker, I think at times we need to come up with a very clear priority list of what we should do as a country and what we should not do. And I want to propose, Honorable Speaker, that even though some things might be in the budget, Honorable Speaker, in a situation where we are saying this could be a priority and we go to an extent of borrowing, Honorable Speaker, it is important we only borrow for priority projects in this country, projects which will have maximum outcomes and impact for this country. Otherwise, Honorable Speaker, we continue digging that deep hole where we will never be able to get out of it. The other thing, Honorable Speaker, because the counties are with us, Honorable Speaker, and these Kenyans have said that the best thing to happen to them was devolution. So, Honorable Speaker, I want to support anybody who says, can we support devolution? And I think we have a very clear legal framework, institutional framework, resource mobilization framework, and even financial framework, Honorable Speaker, that we need to support devolution, Honorable Speaker, by allocating more resources. And when the resources are allocated, Honorable Speaker, we ensure that there is prudent use of those resources. Even though that is a country, Honorable Speaker, within a short time we'll be getting ourselves out of this deep hole we have dug for ourselves in terms of budget deficit. And if we go that way, Honorable Speaker, we'll be helping this country. But the county government must also come up, Honorable Speaker, and ensure that they use the resources and apply those resources to the areas which are supporting the Kenyans who are at the lowest level of the income pyramid, Honorable Speaker. In that case, Honorable Speaker, I want to support this bill on the additional government allocations, Honorable Speaker. But, Honorable Speaker, as a House, I want to plead with my colleagues and plead with the Senate that we fast-track this bill so that it becomes an act of Parliament and open the doors for utilization of these resources. I submit, Honorable Speaker, and thank you so much.
Wakali Mulu, the Honorable Bernard Kitur.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute on this County Government Additional Allocations Bill 2025. In the upshot, Mr. Speaker, I want to say that we support indeed the county governments and their functions so that they are able to, as we support the devolution, they are able to provide services for the Kenyan people in which they are desperately in need. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, I think it is important also to encourage the House that both Senate and National Assembly, that some of these bills, when they come, we fast-track them so that we don't deny Kenyans their opportunity and the county governments to be able to utilize these resources. Mr. Speaker, I am cognizant of the also international politics that are happening, and even as we pass some of this bill that will unlock about 42 billion shillings as conditional additional allocations, I think it is important for us also to find ways and means that we can be able to spur our economy, and we are able sometimes to raise some of these resources on our own, that we do not need to depend entirely or mainly on donors to be able to support some of our very critical aspects of works that needs to be done for our people. Mr. Speaker, it is critical indeed for us to support this bill because it's going to unlock one of the things that I noticed, support systems that is coming to the primary health care in the devolved context. And this also goes much more, Mr. Speaker, in supporting the CHPs, or the community health promoters, whom in my view play a very critical role in the social health or making sure that we are able to get the data of all Kenyans right down to the villages to know how they are doing or regarding their health and supporting them, advising them. And so this conditional allocation that would go to the CHPs, to me, part of why I'm supporting this is to be able to facilitate the CHP promoters and as such promote the health of Kenyans. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, is some of the functions of what the county aggregation and industrial parks were supposed to do in spurring the economic development of regions. I'm also cognizant from the county that I come from. I do know that the county aggregation, the KIPE that has been built, somewhat has stalled. And if these funds will go down there to unlock the works, I think this needs to have been done like yesterday. And therefore, I support this. Among several other counties that I've seen that needs to have these county aggregation industrial parks that will support the young people and the communities, especially who are very strong in various aspects, and this will promote the industrial parks within the counties. Thirdly, and I think this should have gone as well when I was talking about the CHPs, is that these funds would go as well in paying the salaries arrears of the healthcare workers. As I indicated before, I think we need to relook at this so that we do not have to entirely rely on donors to support us in even payment of healthcare workers. I am also cognizant when I look at the various support systems that donors are going to, when we are unlocking the sum of these 42 billion shillings, is what would go to the Kenya informal settlement improvement projects. Because to me, when I look at some of the works that the county governments now are doing, literally, you don't seem to see, unless some of these projects that are supported by donors. And indeed, I am still calling upon the county governments, even as we pass these resources, that we find a way that we can be able to have these funds utilized in a transparent manner. The KISIP programs, I see there's one that has been supported by AFD and World Bank. Yes, indeed, has improved the informal settlement. Even in my own constituency, we have an informal settlement that I think for the first time we are getting this support coming through, and this would go a long way in improving the lives of the many people who are there. However, we still want to see more transparency on these projects that are being done back in the villages, in the counties. I have also noted that, Mr. Speaker, the emergency locust response projects, these are some of the projects, unfortunately, again, we still depend on development partners to support us. Some of these things, I still insist that we need to find a way so that in the future, if it so happens that we find some governments that have been supporting us before and they decide that they do, new policies coming in and they stop doing some of these very basic projects, we should be able on our own to support such. I have seen the climate resilience investments, food systems and resilience projects. These very critical programs, we must be able to, not only as I still talk about the transparency, but also the involvement of the young people so that this can spur and improve the livelihoods of those back in the counties. It is also noteworthy, Mr. Speaker, I have seen the Kenya Livestock Commercialization Project. I think these are very important funds that we need to release to the counties so that we can promote particularly those counties that are in dry areas and those that depend on livestock production. So as we unlock these funds, indeed it's going to support in a big way those communities, the pastoralist communities that rely on this. Mr. Speaker, this being both unconditional and conditional grants, I am also touched by the 10 counties that have been able to institute ways that they are able to have the unconditional funds through the fines, which I can see contributes about 116 million that today we are approving to them. I am impressed by Murang'a County. By all standards and means, they have been able to set up their structures that they have been able to generate 70 million shillings. It is noteworthy sometimes to appreciate some of those counties that are doing pretty well. I think it calls now on the other counties to also have this internally generated revenues, of course, through the setting up of the court systems, so that they can have additional, it should be a wake-up call to other counties in our country to look at ways of generating incomes for themselves. As I say, it is sad only to have 10 counties that are reported in this bill, Mr. Speaker. It is also very important, Mr. Speaker, to note some of the stipulations that this bill brings by, that any agreements that a county government and a development partner will have entered shall be tabled by the National Treasury in this House and Senate before being included in the budget policy statements. This is purposely for transparency purposes. I think it is important for this House also to be able to know, so that even as we pass the bills, we are also aware of any agreements that the county governments are engaging themselves with development partners. Note what as well, Mr. Speaker, is where the Cabinet Secretary shall continue to publish every 15 days of subsequent month a monthly report on all actual additional allocations to the county government. I think also for transparency purposes, this is very important. And the more the reason why I support this bill. But finally, Mr. Speaker, as many of my colleagues have raised their concerns on how the county governments are utilizing their funds, I think we call upon as well more of transparency. We need to feel these funds that we release to the county governments, we need to feel these funds being utilized on ground. It cannot be that ourselves, we have small money for the CDF, but you can feel it. If it is Kera Road, we do it properly. We allocate a lot of these funds, but literally we don't see any work being done by these counties. I call upon the governors that even as we look at the many reports that are always being released, that we need transparency, and all government agencies are supposed to be looking on the utilization of this fund.
I thought you were going to request for more time. You are just beginning to contribute. Okay. The Honorable Dan Mwashako, MP for Undanyi.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity to stand to support the county government additional allocation bill. Honorable Speaker, it is an important bill that is coming to this House. It has been pointed earlier that this bill came into to this House. We passed with amendments. It went to Senate. Senate did not agree with us. The bill was subjected to mediation. At that point, Honorable Speaker, mediation did not result to any positive fruits, and therefore it had to expire because there was no agreement at the mediation stage. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, this bill is coming a bit late in the financial year. We know we only have another 3 months to the end of the financial year. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, the faster we process this bill, the better for this country so that these funds can find themselves back to the counties and to the grassroots so that the projects that have been envisaged are able to be implemented, Honorable Speaker. Having said this, Honorable Speaker, I've been going through the schedule, and I must say that counties need to get out there and inform the public that the money they receive from the national government, from the equitable share, that they also receive more money under conditional grants and unconditional grants as well. Because most counties, Honorable Speaker, they have not exercised the PFM principle of transparency to the public. They insist that the only money they receive from government, from national government, is from the divisional share, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, they will insist that they're receiving equitable share over specific billions, and they never tell the public that many of the projects that they see are funded by the conditional and unconditional grants, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, maybe in a quick summary, I must say I just picked 4 counties that are receiving money under this bill, Honorable Speaker. I have seen a county like Nakuru will be receiving a 1.5 billion in conditional grants, additional revenue. Nyamira will be receiving a total 410 million. Tharaka Nithi will be receiving a total of 593 million. Taita Taveta, where I come from, Honorable Speaker, will be receiving a 1.3 billion in additional revenue to the county, which is a substantial amount of money, Honorable Speaker. Having said this, Honorable Speaker, it's also exciting that this Parliament, National Parliament, is appropriating this money back to counties to touch very specific areas that have perennially been troublesome, Honorable Speaker. We have money that we're giving as conditional grants that are going to pay the CHPs, Honorable Speaker, that is community health promoters. Honorable Speaker, CHPs have had a long, outstanding issues with the counties. We know that national government has been trying very hard to pay their part of the bargain, the 2,500 per CHP, but many county governments have not been paying their part. And today I want to say that this country, all the CHPs, wherever they are in this country, they need to know that national government, that is this national parliament, has already done its part. We are giving money to pay CHPs, and therefore there should be no excuse to not paying CHPs. So county government needs to come up and make sure they pay community promoters in good time. Second, that is also being factored in this bill, Honorable Speaker, is money that is going to pay basic salary, the arrears on basic salaries for health workers. Today, Honorable Speaker, we know health workers are on strike, some of them, and money that we are appropriating today, money that we are passing today, will also go into paying the arrears on the basic salaries of the health workers, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, having said that, allow me to also speak a little about the monies that are going to Taita Taveta County, that the county, one constituency that I represent in this House, Honorable Speaker. I mean, I'm excited to see that there's a whopping 850 million shillings that we are appropriating to go towards water and sanitation development in the county of Taita Taveta. And this is one thing that I'm excited about. This is one of the reasons why I'm supporting this bill, Honorable Speaker, because we have very many issues around water. We have many issues around sanitation in my county. And today, when I stand here or I sit here to look at this bill that is putting 850 million to Taita Taveta, I'm excited, I'm happy, because I know this money, if used prudently, Honorable Speaker, we're going to sort out the water challenges of our county. We're going to sort out the perennial challenges that our people have had on matters water shortage, Honorable Speaker. In addition to that, Honorable Speaker, there's a new program that is funded by the World Bank that we are appropriating today. The program is called NAV CDP, National Agricultural Development Value Chain. Honorable Speaker, a program. This project is so critical to counties that are agricultural based. It's so critical to see that our people are supported in their, in their subsistence kind of farming, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, I'm seeing in Taita Taveta we are appropriating 151 million shillings to go into this NAV CDP program. Honorable Speaker, counties have been running up and down trying to get money to do programs that are not devolved, Honorable Speaker. But today I want to say that the money we are giving to counties, this bill that we're passing today, all these programs that we're financing are programs that are devolved, programs that counties need to prioritize, even with their equitable share, Honorable Speaker. And that's why I wonder, Honorable Speaker, you realize counties have been fighting this National Assembly when it comes to matters money of RMLF, that is fuel levy, Honorable Speaker. You wonder, instead of them putting the best foot forward to making sure that there is value for money, for the monies that we are giving them, they are struggling to fight for fuel levy, that they're going to get very little money. And like a county where I come from, we'll get about 150 million. And realize counties are fighting, MPs are fighting national government to get money that is so little compared to even the money that we are giving as conditional grants, Honorable Speaker. If a county is receiving $1 billion shillings on conditional grants, a county is receiving 7, 8, 9, 10 billion shillings on equitable share. Why are they so, so sticky when it comes to a little money like fuel levy, yet it is a small fraction when compared to the monies they receive, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, it's a pity that all this money the National Assembly is appropriating to counties, much of it gets either misappropriated, gets either wasted, or even stolen, Honorable Speaker. I'll tell you, Honorable Speaker, if we're able to deal with graft in our counties, if we are able to deal with mismanagement of our funds in the counties, if we are able to make sure that those who pilferage public finances are taken to court and charged, Honorable Speaker, we will see this country develop. The 5% GDP growth that we always, proud about as a country, we can easily get to 2-digit of economic growth, Honorable Speaker, if we are able to reduce the theft, the mismanagement, and the pilferage of resources in our counties, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, as we support this bill, we want to call upon our governors across the country. They must exercise prudence use of resources. They must call their staff who are stealing, and I want to believe that the governors are not stealing. And if they are, Honorable Speaker, then their days are numbered, because we must call them to order. But I can tell you, Honorable Speaker, these governors are surrounded by people around them who are stealing more than governors. These guys are building mansions, are buying apartments, are doing so much across the country. People who steal, and sometimes we wonder whether governors have eyes or they're part and parcel of that kind of, theft of public resources. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, it is important that even as we do all this, as we oversight national government, the Senate must do their work. Many times senators wake up and start bashing members of parliament on very flimsy, reasons. But I can tell you, the pilfering that is going on in counties, Honorable Speaker, if Senate does not wake up and call and do their work and do their oversight into a manner that this country will find value for having Senate, Honorable Speaker, will have a problem. And I want to say, Honorable Speaker, they call themselves an upper house. There is no way. They are only oversighting 480 billion shillings. Or if you talk about the division of revenue, maybe 400 billion, Honorable Speaker. And yet they are not able to oversight that money. Much of that money is getting lost. This National Assembly is oversighting 2-point-something trillion. So if you look at which should be the upper house, if you're oversighting 400 billion, and this house is oversighting over 2.5 trillion shillings, then of course the National Assembly should be an upper house, Honorable Speaker. But I don't want to get to that debate. What I'm saying is Senate must do their job. They should stop doing the National Assembly job of inviting CSS to, so that they're doing a PR function. Yeah, Senate of this country, Honorable Speaker, I've just been playing to the gallery, inviting CSS, National Assembly CSS, and trying to ask some very hard questions. And if they know all that they're doing is playing to the public gallery, nothing comes out of that. And yet, county governments, governors need to be, their work is to deal with governors. Their work is to deal with county governments. They should do their job well, so that then wananchi in every corner of this country can see the fruits of devolution, Honorable Speaker. And because of time is not on my side, I want to end it here, Honorable Speaker, by saying that us as National Assembly will do our part, but again I want to call upon Senate to do their job of oversighting governors, oversighting county government so that we can find value. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The Honorable Andrew Okuome, MP for Karachuonyo.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to contribute to this bill. And Mr. Speaker, let me say first that I support the bill. But the one thing I want to say is that my support is with some questions and indeed concerns which I would like the governors to address. I know they are doing a good job for us. Devolution is excellent. The whole country supported devolution. But what I must say to our governors is that we yet need to see the expected impact of their work. If I take, for example, hospitals, Mr. Speaker, a number of times you hear strikes, you hear health workers are being laid off, some are not being paid and so forth. And yet, there is no time. They have not got their shareable revenue. They get that all the time. So something is really amiss with their management. Kenya is an agricultural country. And this has been so for ages. It was my hope that with devolution, we would see this in reality. But Mr. Speaker, I still say we are not seeing that. The counties are not doing the expectation we have on agriculture. Mr. Speaker, if the governors were doing their job as expected, I don't think any one of us, or even outside there, the people of Kenya, there is nobody that would criticize them. But they are causing the criticism we hear now and again. They have major sources of revenue. The shareable one, and own self-revenue. I know that they have some grants. Let me not go to those. But what we hear all the time is that we have huge and growing pending bills. I would have liked an analysis to tell us that the amount of revenue collected, their own revenue, compared to what the old county councils were collecting, which one is higher? Because if what they are collecting is less, and I'm told it is less, then we remain with a very strong question that the county governors must answer. Because now they are a government. That was just a council. And they cannot compare themselves to a council. Mr. Speaker, that also leaves a big question. Something must be wrong. Perhaps the money is collected, but it doesn't reach the county treasuries. Or it may be that they reach the county treasuries, but they don't perform the duties they are collected for. Mr. Speaker, let me just say that the counties have two types of expenditures, the development expenditure and also recurrent. And when you look at the records, the recurrent expenditure is extremely high, though it is supposed to be not more than 70%. The recurrent expenditure is quite high relative to the development expenditure. The development expenditure should be in the region of 30%. But from what we have been seeing, a number of counties reach nothing near that 30%. But it is the development expenditure that leaves the trail of what the country gains. A country spending more on development expenditure is a country that is gaining in development. But if you are heavy on recurrent expenditure, you are like somebody who gets salary and eats it all. In the end, he has nothing to remind him that he had some money or he earned some income, because there is nothing that income did. Recurrent expenditure doesn't leave trail. Mr. Speaker, what I'm saying is that there are a lot of inadequacies right down there at the county level. They need to pull up. I'm saying this because, as I speak, I'm not sure the counties can really tell us what they have achieved in a manner we MPs can say what we have done with NGCDF. What we have, the money we have got for NGCDF are used in such a manner that you all the time, even without you as a member of parliament being there, whatever you do is conspicuous. People see it. And the people can explain the benefits they get from the NGCDF. I'm not sure whether people can also take it upon themselves to explain what devolution is doing. Devolution is a wonderful structure, but governors are making it just one of those institutions with very little impact. Yet what we want is a big impact. And I know our governors have the capacity, they have the ability to use this money in such a manner that even after 5 years, we can say, yes, there is a change devolution has done for us. Mr. Speaker, I want to say that we are giving a good example, like I've just said, on the impact of what we do as MPs with what is given to us. I challenge the governors to use that example so that Kenya can develop. Mr. Speaker, thanks for giving me time.
Andrew Kwame, you sit in the Finance Committee.
Yeah.
I thought in terms of Clause 6 here, you needed first and foremost to provide that Kenya Revenue shall establish revenue collection systems for all counties. Before you say Kenya Revenue Authority may be a collecting agent for the county, so that for purposes of collection, we have a single system across the country determining the amount to be collected, what items are taxable, and to what extent, so that the money being collected down there do not go into people's drawers, but come to the national treasury to be divided later. What do you think about that?
Well, I think I will support it because I see it as a big improvement on what is currently going on. And the system should actually be implemented from the very first step. That's the person collecting the money.
Thank you.
Then it is picked up for onward transactions.
Thank you.
Thank
The Honorable Canon Naomi Wako.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to add my voice to this bill that is so timely, the County Government Additional Allocation Bill, National Assembly Bill number 2 of 2025. Honorable Speaker, I have gone through this and I can say that this is what we need as a country now, so that the necessary development, the necessary growth that we expect to happen in different counties can take place. Honorable Speaker, it is slightly over 10 years now since devolution. And for sure, devolution has brought a lot of development in different counties. And if it were not for devolution, a county like mine, which is Marsabit County in one of the remotest parts of this country, wouldn't have been where we are today. It has created job opportunities for our young people. It has brought development in terms of infrastructure, and also education has improved. But at the same time, when you look at the development, when you look at devolution, which has the potential to grow this country, the type of wastage that is there is so huge. There is no accountability. Corruption in many counties is so high. Leave about the governors and the executive. Even the other people down there, they want to practice corruption. And there are so many things that are happening that are not that good. There are people who have worked with the government, the county governments, as suppliers, as contractors, and even as staff. And Honorable Speaker, it is sad that some of them have not even received their salaries. Those people who have done some work with the county government have not even been paid. The issue of pending bill in this country is another thing. And in fact, instead of capacity building our people, instead of helping them to grow their own wealth, many of them have turned out to be poor today, just because of working with the county government. Why? The resources are there, but those resources are not getting to the people and to the right people. And that is why today I want to encourage the governors, the sitting governors, to be accountable enough and to see how they can solve the issue of pending bills. Our people are poorer, people have no money in their pockets, and yet they have done some work. Others have borrowed loans, Honorable Speaker, and they cannot pay back their loans because they are not paid. So they need to give priority to the people so that they can build their own, they can grow their own wealth and be empowered financially. That is why, Honorable Speaker, when I looked at this, the County Government Additional Allocation Bill 2025, which was published on 6th February 2025, I said I must support this. This bill was first tabled on 14th for processing and approval. The bill was consequently read for the first time on Tuesday 18th, 2025 and committed to the liaison committee. Today, this Honorable House is debating this bill. And the bill provides for the transfer of conditional and unconditional allocation from national government shares of revenue and from development partners to the county government for the financial year 2024-2025. Honorable Speaker, many counties have not been receiving even their allocation and their funds on time. And that is why today I want to challenge the Treasury, so that if money is allocated to different counties or to counties, we make sure that we release these monies on time. We blame the county government, but they also blame the Treasury, simply because the Treasury is not releasing the funds on time. And so even as we approve this, as we support this, it is high time for our Treasury also to put measures in place so that funds can be available on time, funds can be released on time, so that the counties can also be effective and functional. Honorable Speaker, again, the additional allocation to counties is provided for under Article 202 of the Constitution, where it is stipulated that the county government may be given additional allocation from the national government shares of the revenue, either conditionally or unconditionally. Again, further, Article 190 of the Constitution contemplates additional support to county government to enable them to perform their functions adequately. Honorable Speaker, I have just said that in the past, counties have not been receiving their funds. Sometimes they stay even for 8 months. And when they don't receive, imagine of the number of families that suffer because members of staff are not able to receive their salaries. Those people who have worked with the government, the county government, are not able to receive their money. And the impact is so huge. And it is not a positive impact. So for those reasons, we make sure that the Treasury releases the funds on time so that the counties can function. Honorable Speaker, I was looking at the analysis of the County Government Additional Allocation Bill 2025, and I realized that at the first schedule shows conditional allocation to counties from the national government revenue. This comes from national government, and it is out of the resources that we have collected, and that is collected on almost daily basis. And that is why we should demand that the monies that needs to go to the counties should also go on time. Again, the second schedule shows unconditional allocation to counties from the court fines collected by the judiciary from the contravention of county government legislation. And the third schedule contains additional allocation from proceeds of loan. These are 3 different categories which are all very important. And Honorable Speaker, as I was going through it again, I realized that not all the counties benefit from all this. Like the allocation in the first schedule contains allocation for the following expenditure: county aggregation of industrial park. The county aggregation of industrial parks initiative is a priority program under bottom-up. I remember very well during the campaign time, as UDA people, we used bottom-up economic transformation agenda better to drive our campaign. And everybody believed in us. Everybody believed in us. And we said, now things will be different. Our approach is bottom-up. We want to empower people. We want to make sure that the citizens will do business, will have affordable life, and will have enough money in their pockets. But today, personally, when I go to the ground, people challenge me because we used to say, pesa mfukoni. And today they say, our pockets are empty, Honorable Speaker. And that is why we need to make sure that we go back to that and make sure that we empower our people so that they can create their own wealth. I also want to encourage every county, because as I said, not every county has benefited from all this. We make sure that all the counties can benefit and do what the other counties have done so that they can get these grants. We know very well that there are different ways that different counties use the cost of sharing, community health promoters. Once this bill is passed, 3.2 billion is shared among the counties. I know we will also benefit from that, but the counties have a lot to do because they also need to give their shares so that the Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The idea of cost sharing is a good one, and I want to just encourage the county government to honor their promises and the national government also, so that the community health promoters will not suffer anymore. Again, the salary arrears, I've already said about that. Let us give that a priority to make sure that families will not continue suffering under this government. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The Honorable Dr. Eve Obara.
Speaker, please. Thank you very much.
There appears to be a problem with your mic.
Yes.
Mm.
Oh, let me use this one.
So go to the one in front of you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My colleague here is begging me to talk for a very short time so that you can also get a chance. But at onset, Mr. Speaker, let me also add my voice to support the bill. Mr. Speaker, as we can see, the bill seeks to provide a legal framework for the disbursement of additional funds to the county governments in Kenya. And we know that these funds go beyond their equitable share as stipulated in the Constitution. And these funds are supposed to go to specific projects or programs that aims to enhance service delivery at the county level. Mr. Speaker, well said, we have given the money, but the biggest question, Mr. Speaker, is where is the weakest link? Mr. Speaker, we have a problem. Not in all counties, but in some. Mr. Speaker, previously, if we look at what the municipalities used to do, Mr. Speaker, they raised their funds, they paid their employees, they ran the program. What we have now is counties that are mirrored along the lines of the national government. Mr. Speaker, where is our weakest link? It is the implementation of all these active programs. Mr. Speaker, we need to strengthen our control mechanism. If you see the wastage in the counties, not all, again, I keep on repeating, not all, but in most of them, that there is a lot of wastage. And the control mechanism seem not to be there. And yet, we have all these agencies or bodies that are in place, Auditor General, Controller of Budget, to make sure that these resources are properly utilized. Mr. Speaker, prudent utilization of the resources. Why do we have pending bills, Mr. Speaker? Why do we have pending bills on programs that have been budgeted for and monies released or disbursed by the Treasury? Yes, we are aware that the release of funds usually come late. And that is why probably by the end of the financial year, we find that only less than 30% has been used towards development. But it's not their problem. But when the money is finally released, Mr. Speaker, what happens? And why then do we have those pending bills, and why can't these governors pay the suppliers for services rendered against the monies that they were given? Mr. Speaker, it's about time. We are not going to get into many details, but it's about time that sanctions are put in place where a governor does not pay a supplier or a service that has been delivered against a budget that was approved and money disbursed. These governors must be held to account and also charged, because where is the money? And this is where we are having a lot of problems. People have been impoverished in counties. Suppliers have died because they have taken loans against their properties that have been sold because of monies that were not paid for a service that was given. These are questions that we must answer, that we must think about
as legislators in this house, that what are we going to do about this? We cannot let them go on and on and on and continue giving monies that are not being put into proper use. Thank you very much, my brother. I think I will let you have. Once again, I support, but with those conditions, and we must look at those things that are affecting service delivery after monies have been released to the counties. Thank you very much.
The Honorable Joshua Kimilu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my colleague for being nice to me. Mr. Speaker, I also want, because I know there are others who wanted to contribute to this motion, I also want to not to take a lot of time. But Mr. Speaker, as I support this amendment bill, additional allocation to the counties, Mr. Speaker, I want to say the following, Mr. Speaker. As we add counties money, Mr. Speaker, we know that very well that there is a lot of corruption in our country, in some of the counties. Mr. Speaker, when you you go through the auditor's report, Mr. Speaker, you see there is a lot of irregularities in our counties. Mr. Speaker, we want to warn these governors as we fight for them to get additional allocation, Mr. Speaker. We also need to have accountability in our counties, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, this needs a lot of oversight by our senators. And this is a time we want to tell our senators to wake up, because a lot has been happening in our counties, and it's like there is no enough oversight to our counties, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, what is causing a lot of problems in this country, Mr. Speaker, is corruption. And Mr. Speaker, now, as a member of WIPA, because now we are the official opposition of WIPA, since now, before we were together with the ODM, and the ODM is now in bed with the government, Mr. Speaker. So I know, Mr. Speaker, the oversight not be enough.
Honorable Joshua Kimilu, order. Under which article of the Constitution is this thing called official opposition created?
Mr. Speaker, I cannot say it's in the Constitution, but Mr. Speaker, if you look the way things are.
Yes, so anything that is not within the law, let us speak about them outside the gate of this lawmaking institution. Otherwise, proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to say that if you go to the constituencies, Mr. Speaker, you can count the projects which was done by the NGCDF. They are well seen. You can see them and say, this is done by NGCDF. But when you go to our counties, Mr. Speaker, in fact, you can see that the wage bill is too high, such that the money for development, you can't see any development in some of the counties, Mr. Speaker. And this is why we are saying, Mr. Speaker, as we support this, Mr. Speaker, a lot has to be done by these counties, Mr. Speaker, because we don't want wastage of the resources in our country. We need to see our people getting services. And Mr. Speaker, this will also help this country to move forward. Mr. Speaker, if you go to the counties, Mr. Speaker, there's a big problem, Mr. Speaker, of ECD classes, which is under the counties, Mr. Speaker. And these are the mandate of the governors to do. Mr. Speaker, as we add allocation to them, Mr. Speaker, we also need to see work done in our counties, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there was a lot of outcry last time when we talked we talked about the bursaries, Mr. Speaker. It is true, Mr. Speaker. If we add allocation to these counties, Mr. Speaker, we can help come together with the governors as we issue some bursaries to our needy students in our counties, and this can also help the society, empower the society, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I support this. And Mr. Speaker, some counties which are in arid and semi-arid areas, Mr. Speaker, need a lot of development like water, roads. Mr. Speaker, I went to Wanjia and I was shocked to see that there are no electricity, there is no enough water. You know, there's a problem of water, and being given additional allocation, Mr. Speaker, I think these are some of the projects we talk as a country which can benefit our people and try to uplift elevate the level, the poverty level in our counties, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I came up with a social workers professional bill, which, Mr. Speaker, I know soon it will become a law, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank this House for supporting my bill very well, and I'm excited, man. Mr. Speaker, we see how social workers in our counties, They are suffering, getting peanuts, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, once this bill becomes a law, Mr. Speaker, I'll be in the front line campaigning for the social workers to be paid well, Mr. Speaker. They do a lot of work in our hospitals, health centers, and even in our villages, Mr. Speaker. They go around helping the people, Mr. Speaker. These are the people who need to be well paid, given good allowances to do the job, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, because I don't want to take a lot of time, I also want to say something about the collection of taxes in our counties, Mr. Speaker. I don't know, Mr. Speaker, what's the problem, because some of the counties collect a lot of money, but there are some loopholes, Mr. Speaker, which to be sealed. And Mr. Speaker, this is serious. And when I talk of good oversight, Mr. Speaker, I talk this because, Mr. Speaker, I know how our people are suffering in the villages, Mr. Speaker. We have devolution, and we need to see the work of devolution in our areas, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we also see how some contractors are crying over the streets. Mr. Speaker, when I was in the village, I met a contractor on my way who worked in a certain county, and now it is 10 years, and he was not paid, Mr. Speaker. These are things we don't want to hear, Mr. Speaker. And when we allocate more money, Mr. Speaker, we also need accountability to our counties. They need to give royalties, Mr. Speaker, some of these things. And Mr. Speaker, I know by passing this bill, I know it will help our community, and it will also support our people. And I think, Mr. Speaker, with a good oversight and a good accountability of our governors, I know we will help this country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I support.
The Honorable Catherine Omanyo, Member of Parliament representing Busia County.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support fully this bill. It is long overdue. The counties are suffocating too much with so many baggage. I can't even start to count. If they are given additional funds, I just pray that this time anything programmed, budgeted, should do exactly what the budget entailed. Because I fail to understand why we have pending bills, and yet before these bills even happened, there was a budget for it that was approved. And when the money came, even if sometimes the money delays, finally the money comes in. And if the money arrives, then every detail on the budget should be ticked. So I wonder why we have pending bills that is now the excuse of all counties, why things are at a snail's speed. We need to actually strengthen our control mechanism, accountability. We should also look into cutting out wastage. It is just too much. My county, Busia, I know once these funds are allocated, we will no longer have problems of water shortages in places like Teso North, where women and children go across the county to seek for this need in Bungoma County. And they walk miles and miles far away searching for a river, because we have a hard pan in the northern side of Teso North, where even if you dug a borehole, you won't get water. So we have Malakisi River that has enough water, where this money can be used to pipe water into homes. It is possible. How does developed nations come into play when it comes to things like this? Because somebody thought ahead, piping water, treating water from Malakisi to across the sub-county and even other nearest sub-counties. If we started today, piping bit by bit into homes, by the end of 5 years, all homes in my county will be receiving clean, safe water and piped. And then the CHVs. We have volunteers across the county that have been doing a lot, assisting the doctors and nurses where the doctors cannot reach. These CHVs have reached. And these CHVs understand every home that needs attention. be it health issues and other counseling issues. They do understand and they step in to help where the doctors cannot, because we have a few doctors in the county. You can find a psychiatrist, just one, in the county handling over 400 cases. That means we can't lie to ourselves. You can't handle one psychiatrist handling over 400 cases. So these CHVs need to be supported. And the moment they are so demoralized because they are unsupported and the remuneration is even not there, I am praying that when finally this money hits the accounts in the counties, those who have been there, exercising, volunteering already, having a list. I see most of them with a book because they even don't have phones, they don't have laptops, they are not trained how to keep data. So they register a name physically like class teachers used to do before the era of computers. They know well who needs their attention, who has which challenge, physically and mentally, health-wise, they know. I hope when now these funds hit their accounts, these volunteers who've been there will not be left aside just because the money has surfaced. Now other people who have no clue to get. I just hope all the CHVs, because they know each other, they have their own caucuses across the county, those are the people who will be beneficiaries. Mostly, if you motivate people like CHVs, a lot of gaps will be filled. Like I mentioned, doctors and nurses, not all of them can reach interior and remote areas to seek and help out to give, if it is medication and counseling that is needed. Also, after the CHVs and then water, health sector, just the other day we had a terrible accident that happened. A school that is really well known, a big school, Kolanya Boys, got an accident. They were rushed to a smaller hospital, Kocholia. Unfortunately, there were no beds. We didn't have even medication. A lot of resources, equipment that a normal hospital, basic equipment was lacking. The boys were thrown on the floors like logs. So when this money is added, all the dispensaries, let us start with the smallest dispensaries in the sub-locations or locations, all of them all the way to referral hospitals in the counties must be well equipped. And doctors and nurses, clinical officers, anyone under medical field to be paid in time. Everybody from the president to a village or elder, if you delay their remuneration, it means you slow down work. Because they also have needs. They are also parents, guardians. They are taking care of so many other people. And for anybody to give their services adequately, they need to be paid on time, in time, all the time. Also, we have the court fines under the pending bills. It's just crazy. You can find one county running into billions just to pay court cases, court issues. The lawyers are fatter than the workers in the counties. The lawyers are getting good money than the real workers in the counties. Go to any county right now and ask the workers there when they last received their salaries. It is annoying, very annoying, that somebody wakes up every day to go and work. If it is a man, has a good wife and children see daddy in a suit daily going to work. But they are home. They have not paid fees. They have been chased because daddy only maybe purports to be working, and yet there's nothing that shows that they earn a salary. So the counties need support. We should not kill devolution, but if they are supported, accountability is paramount. We want our counties to look like cities. Like the president is the president of the country, but now in the county, our president is the governor. We should reach a town and see a difference. In my own town, Busia, if you came after 6, mostly, even the street lights don't work. And you go outside Busia, most roads are untarmacked. It's dirt road. Whenever it rains, it is a tall order to make it home safely. And that is why also we have so many accidents every now and then. So I support this bill, and I hope that when we finally have money allocated, more money allocated into counties, our governors, we cajole with them. Our governors should take this time, every single dime, into accountability. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Joseph Kangara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me an opportunity also to add my voice to this bill, the County Government Additional Allocations Bill. And Mr. Speaker, let me say from the onset that I'm in support of this particular bill. My reasons for supporting one is that devolution was brought about so that it can be able to bring funds closer to the people, so that people don't have to come to Nairobi, the central government, looking for funding. And on this particular one, on the additional funds, I am in support of the aggregation industrial parks. When we were campaigning, this was one of the agendas that you're going to have industrial parks in every county, which are meant to help on issues of value addition, that whatever we are producing in our farms, we are able to add value, and they would be able now to get into the market. Probably they're able to stay longer, and we can be able to reach out to more markets, so I'm in support of that. The issue of the CHPs who are supposed to be paid also by the county governments. Remember, the community health promoters are going into our homes and they're offering services which our people would actually not reach, and other than when they go to the hospitals or to dispensaries. And because of the kind of work they're doing, and I know that these people have been suffering, offering very good services to our people right in our homesteads, then I would support the bill on the additional funds. However, Mr. Speaker, as I was saying that devolution was to bring funds closer to the people, I would also say that we have a problem with our counties. We have a problem with the governance. We have a problem with the usage of the funds that are given to our counties. Mr. Speaker, you find that the workers of the county government are staying for months without getting their salaries. We have so many pending bills. The last 10 years that we have had devolution, there are pending bills, and there are people who have gone to the grave, there are people who have been auctioned by banks simply because they work for county governments, and the county governments have not been able to pay them up to date. And this shows that the county governments, the kind of work they are doing, giving contracts when they don't have funds, I think this is something that we must call out the governors and tell them that this must come to an end. Remember, in devolution, of course, we have the functions which were shared between the national government and the county governments. Among them is the provision of water in our areas. And for example, in my area and Kiambu County for that matter, you'll find that for the 10 years, there is no single project of water that has been done by the county governments. And yet they are getting money towards this particular area. In Kiambu, we have so many roads which are under the county governments, but today you'll find the governor is distributing chicks and piglets and so many other things. These things that really our people can afford to buy chicks for themselves. You're supposed to fix the road so that they can be able to get their produce to the market. This is not happening. And we want to call out the governors and tell them that there is work that is cut out for them, and this is exactly what we expect them to do. The government brought in the subsidy, the fertilizer. Initially, it was under the National Cereals and Produce Board. Again, taken to the county governments. My people today are going all the way to Naivasha to get fertilizer because the county government cannot be able to get it to the people. But the governor is going around with handouts, giving people handouts and not really looking at the issues that concern the citizens. Our dispensaries, we don't have medicine. The dispensary that were put up using CDF, you find that today our people have to go to the private hospitals. They have to go to chemists to buy medicine because they are not we don't have medicine in our hospital. And Mr. Speaker, as I wind up, I can see that time is running out. Let me also say that we have seen in this country that since CDF was introduced, the kind of work that has been done in our constituencies. And I'll give an example of Kiambu County, where in Kiambu County, the 12 constituencies in total is getting about 2 billion per year. Our county government from the central kitty, they're getting 15 billion. You go to every village, there is a project of CDF. You can go to some places in a whole ward. For the last 2 years, there's no project that has been done. For the last 10 years, you look at some wards, you find that nothing has been done by these counties. We must call out the governors. We are giving you this money. It must be used prudently. And as a country moving forward, we have to look at the way funds are being used in our counties. Whatever money they are collecting themselves, of course, the county councils used to do better than what is being done today, for the simple reason that there is money that is going to people's pockets, not getting into really working for these people. And as a country, we need to stop this privilege where money is being lost by whatever being siphoned, and we should call even EACC to go and look into these counties and see what is happening with the money that has been given from the central kitty and whatever is being collected from the counties. Otherwise, Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I am in support of the bill. Thank you.
Honorable Timothy Toroitich.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise to support the county government's additional allocations bill 2025. Honorable Speaker, this is a very important piece of legislation because it goes to allocate resources beyond the equitable share that we normally have. I've checked the schedule, Honorable Speaker. This is money that is, this bill allocates money that accrues out of court fines, money that we get from grants and loans from development partners and other international bodies. Honorable Speaker, of importance is, if you look at clause 3 of this bill, it says the National Treasury shall facilitate any agreement between a county government and a development partner and shall table agreements in the National Assembly and the Senate before inclusion in this bill. So this parameter of checking of the National Assembly approving this bill is very important so that county governments do not enter into agreements with development partners without this National Assembly approving. Honorable Speaker, I think that is a very important provision under the PFM Act and also under this bill so that any agreement entered into by the county government and other partners is subject to approval before this House. I think that is a very progressive legislation or a provision of law that was put so that we limit county government from engaging partners without the approval of this House. But Honorable Speaker, I have had people here lamenting that there is a lot of pilferage and wastage by the county governments. Honorable Speaker, in my own opinion, the problem goes to the design and the architecture of the constitution of this country. Honorable Speaker, we give ourselves our constitution without thinking deeply on how it will affect us as a country. Honorable Speaker, the wastage we are talking about in the county government is brought by the design and the architecture of our constitution. Honorable Speaker, we need to ask ourselves, what is the role of the county assemblies in this country? The primary oversight of the county government is the county assemblies. But herein is the problem that we have even in this House, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, we have county assemblies that do not have minorities. A county assembly that 100% is elected from the party in which the governor is elected in. Therefore, performing oversight becomes very difficult in that particular county assembly. Honorable Speaker, so if we have to relook, we have to look at the...
Honorable Timothy Toroitich, you'll have 7 minutes. The next time the House will convene to deliberate on this particular bill. As be upstanding honorable members, Honorable members, the time being 7:03 p.m., this House stands adjourned until Wednesday, the 12th day of March 2025 at 9:30 a.m.